do, but this is what he's done anyway. You know, it's
Right, so when recording is, when recording is all set, you're introducing everything.
Yep,
aren't you?
yep,
Cool.
yep,
Awesome.
yep. So I'll bring you in, and basically all I'm going to say is, no mai, haere mai, welcome into beautiful North Egley Park. We're at the United Croquet Club for golf croquet New Zealand selection up against the best of New Zealand under-21 selection. It's a New Zealand team's a very strong team, but a good opportunity for the youth to stamp their mark. Then we're going to go, I'm going to introduce myself and introduce you two, and then throw straight to those interviews that you've done. So who interviewed Josh?
Miles.
Miles, right. And you introduced
Felix.
Felix. The whole thing started. Well, no mai, haere mai, and welcome into the beautiful North Hagley Park. We're at the United Croquet Club here, just behind the High School Old Boys Rugby and United Tennis Club, just across from Hagley Oval, if you were looking to locate yourselves around this beautiful area. So we've got about 15 degrees and an easterly blowing for the beginning of this New Zealand croquet selection up against the best of the youth, the New Zealand under-21 select. And I'm Leslie Murdoch, and with me here are the croquet magic twins, Miles and James Duggan, who are going to talk very intelligently and animatedly about this game and this croquet that we've got on here in Christchurch. So it's a big welcome to you all. But our two captains for the big match, and of course first the youth, Josh Winter, and Miles caught up with him just earlier in the morning to ask him about what this meant to them.
Kia ora, we're here with Josh Winter, the captain of the under-21 squad. How are you doing today post-match?
I'm feeling good, excited for the tournament.
Awesome. What is the winning recipe to get this win? What's your team looking for?
I think we just play normally, just hit the easy shots. Yeah, don't let the New Zealand team put us off.
Awesome. Thank you.
You okay there, Paddy?
So that was Josh Winter, the captain of the New Zealand youth team, with Miles Duggan, and then it was James chatting with Felix Webby, who's captaining the New Zealand select.
Hello, I'm with New Zealand select captain, Felix Webby. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yourself?
Not too bad. So what strengths within your squad do you think will help benefit you guys today?
That's a great question. I think that first of all, just having experienced this sort of format before will be important. Sort of match play is quite different in feel to a tournament, especially to a knockout tournament, which is what most of the under-21 players have played for most of their career. And then I think also we might just have the slight tactical edge over the course of a two-day test. So those are sort of areas where I think we'll excel.
Cool. And how does it feel to be captain of this team?
It feels great. I'm always excited to have the chance to captain a team, and I know all these players really well, so I'm looking forward to hopefully leading us to a resounding victory.
Cool, thank you very much. That's Felix Webby for you.
Brilliant. Thanks, James.
Well, all the pressure's on Felix Webby, isn't he, to make sure that the youth don't come through. And Miles and James, let's have a look at the teams that are fronting up against each other. And first of all, Miles, chat to us a little bit about this very, very strong New Zealand select side.
Well, we have a very, very big lineup. It's the best players from all across New Zealand. We've got some really great up-and-coming players. We have Josh Winter. He's the captain of the team, and it's going to be a really good match. We have Paul Kaiser. He's a really, really good tactical player. We've got Levi Franks. He's a local here at Cashmere. We also have Joel Steele. We also have Mikey and Jessica. But these are really top-notch players. They're all under 21. They have been playing for as long as the old blokes from the NZ Select, but it's going to be a really beautiful game today. But yes, I'd love to talk more about the NZ Select with James. How are they?
Yes, so we have Felix Webby, Edmund Fordyce and Duncan Dixon, who are all actually under 21 world champions.
We also have Jenny Clarke, who is one of the best players in the world for women's croquet. She's won over 40 tournaments, which is absolutely crazy. And then we've got Helen Reeves and Sonia Sedgwick. They are both really top players, one of the best women's pairings in New Zealand, which is amazing.
So yes, we talked about the pressure being on the, as you called them, Miles, the old blokes in the New Zealand
Indeed.
select. But you know, going back to Jenny Clarke, I mean, really, what a phenomenal record, the best in the world. She works out at the University of Canterbury, and particularly around motion and physical action, perfecting whether it be a croquet swing or a golf swing or anything like that. But apart from her prowess in the scientist field, her ability on the croquet lawn is phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, is there anyone with a better record around the world?
Yeah, I mean, she's had a lot of background in tons of different sports. She's also a really good golf player, and she's a really good association croquet player. So I think that's really going to show in this golf croquet match. I'm really looking forward to these players, especially with all the experience underneath their belt.
I mean, just the awards speak for itself. Look at Jenny's results here. CNZ Player of the Year 2019. She's won 3 bronze and 2 silvers in the Women's GC World Championships. She's bronze medalist in the AC World Championships, and she's also the winner in 2012. There's so much more that we could talk about, but probably don't have enough time right now to say them all.
Well, I mean, she'll want to do her talking, won't she, during the game, and to maintain that record. And certainly looking at some of the youth players that you've already outlined, Miles, you know, that they are going to have their hands full in retaining their reputation, call it what you will. But first of all, let's talk about the structure of what will happen in this first doubles that we're going to focus. We're going to start on the fourth corner, but tell us a little bit, James, about how this is going to pan out in terms of the structure for those who've never ever seen croquet or been involved with it.
Yeah, so basically the coloration of the ball, so blue, red, black, yellow. So blue starts, red goes second, black goes third, and yellow goes last. Pretty much you have a doubles pairing playing blue and black, and the other doubles pairing will be playing red and yellow. And the first team to run 7 hoops wins the game. And we will have, so each pairings will have a match, and the winner of 2 games will win that match and give a point to the team.
Right, so in terms of the colours of the balls, that's decided on the toss?
Yes, so that's decided on the toss.
Yep. And this, I mean, I note in your interview you talked a little bit about the conditions on the lawn. We did have dew early on. It does look as though it's bent off really quickly, but the game will quicken up, I suspect, the speed of the ball as the day goes on, especially in these conditions. We've got an easterly blowing. I think we're meant to get up to about 21 degrees in Christchurch, but the easterly is a factor.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Usually at the end of the day, you're going to see the lawns to speed up very quickly, but some players are going to use that to their advantage with the speed, especially the light hitters, and I mean, it's going to depend with all different types of strengths on this court.
So you may see in the background of this United Croquet Club some runners. They always have a fun run on a Saturday morning 5K, and it's runner against runner, so that will be going on in the background as well. But for these players here, I think the challenge for the young players is great, you know, that they can come out, because that, to me, that their spontaneous reading of where they have to be, their tactical nous, and also just their, they have no fear. And we know that croquet can be brutal, not physically, but it can be brutal, can't it?
Yes, of course. There's definitely nothing to lose. It's more of the top dogs that have, got to secure this position. But yeah, I think it's going to be a great opportunity for these young ones to, get, their boots stuck into this mud. But yeah, I think it's going to be really great. We're going to see some really top-notch plays for every single player here.
And I note too that I always thought that croquet players played in white. white tops, white bottoms, but we've got a mixture, and so that that's part of the attraction is that people can just roll up and play.
Yeah, I mean it's a sport for all ages, and it's a sport for anyone, and definitely it's a sport for me, you. And
Yep.
I guess it's not too hard to get into, but once you get into this rhythm, and it's such a great sport, great people.
So we will have the toss very soon. These are the round one matches, and for the under-21s, Josh Winter and Levi Franks will be up against Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke. Wow, what a powerful combination that is. They're up against Paul Kaiser and Jessica Bullen, up against Helen Reeves and Sonia Sedgwick, and Joel Steele and Michael Lau up against Edmund Fordyce and Duncan Dixon. And we do again repeat that New Zealand select side. World champions, New Zealand champions, whether it be golf, whether it be association croquet, it is very strong.
It's going to be definitely a very strong pairing, and it's going to be some really close games, I suspect. It's overall this tournament, I reckon it's going to be really close between the two teams, but it's going to be a certainly really great 2 days here in Christchurch. It's not too long until play starts. Probably got about five minutes left until game starts.
Any moment now. And just as interesting looking at the faces of some of the players. You can see the focus in their warm-up as well.
Yeah, every single player here has a slightly different little routine, but you can tell just the focus in every single shot and every single swing that they make. You can tell that they're really focused and really in the zone. Every single player really wants this.
Of course, this is Josh Winter, the youngster, with his back to the camera, and just beside him, not quite in shot at the moment, is the captain of the New Zealand Select, Felix Webby. Interesting, they'd warm up together. Josh just having another run of the lawn, just seeing how the ball rolls.
It should be a very interesting match, captain versus captain. Very high stakes here. It's also really important it is the first match, so I'm sure there's going to be a bit of nerves coming into this, but I mean, it's going to be really nice to get the first point in general in the game. There's going to be a big sigh of relief in general.
So James Duggan, also the in here in Canterbury, 14 clubs, and you're part of the Kashmir Club, as Josh Winter is as well, but quite strong in Canterbury.
Yes, it's very strong in Canterbury. You'll see with a lot of these players, they've all played down in Canterbury. A lot of them play at the United Croquet Club. We have Miles and I playing at Kashmir Club alongside Josh and Levi, so we are really, really good mates. And you'll also see that Josh and Levi, they've got really good rankings. Levi is ranking is 12th in New Zealand. Josh is 6th in New Zealand. Josh is 18, Levi is 17. So they are very young and they've still got a lot to learn.
Well, you learn off the best, don't you, in terms of what you're picking up and where you want to take the game, because there's a lot of international tournaments, and even in the pandemic that we're talking about, there's still opportunities to play, top-level croquet.
Yeah, obviously, those that want to watch these amazing croquet games, make sure you come down within 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Make sure you got your vaccine pass, or you can just come to the park and watch, have a run, watch from the nets. Perfect day for it.
Right, game is about to start. Looks like the coin is about to be tossed any minute. It's especially really important. I find it really important to get the win in this toss because you are first to the hoop.
Well, smiles on the face of Felix Webby. He flicks the coin and it doesn't have to roll anywhere. And what do you take from that, Miles? Who's won the toss, do you think?
It looks like Josh has won the toss. Yes. And Levi and Josh have to decide on who's going to start.
They will have worked that out previously, though, one would think. So Josh Winter and Levi Franks are going to take on Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke. This is the first match in the New Zealand Croquet Select up against the New Zealand under-21s. Now they've just put some pegs on their garment. So what's that for, James?
So you just put it there because pretty much it's the only place to put it that won't affect your swing. Yeah. And obviously, once you score a hoop, you've got to put a peg on one of the hoops, which signifies that you've won the point. And then right at the end of the game, once they're all gone, then you've won the game.
Looks like Josh Winter is starting all the way down to hoop 1.
Not too surprising, as we saw him warming up, having a lot of shots to hoop 1.
Yeah, he's really got the feel of the lawn right there. But it looks like it's just slightly off to the right-hand side. Not what he's wanting, but I mean,
Oh, this is the one to watch. She's the best in the business. Jenny Clarke.
Good positional play here, playing considerably deep. So if blue decides to clear red, it's only sending red to one of the closest boundaries.
Levi Franks. Just a bit shorter.
yes, just too tight from what he's wanting. It's quite nice to have a ball straight in front. It gives a lot of pressure onto the opponent to either run the hoop or clear the ball away.
And Felix Webby, captain of the New Zealand Select, very precise again with deciding where he's going to hit from. I notice he took the whole length of his mallet out and measured it and then went from there. So
Josh Winter going for the hoop. Just hits the wire. I mean, it's not bad rejection where he is. It's still close around the hoop.
now
Jenny Clarke eyeing up the hoop.
she would have done this a million times, wouldn't she?
These hoops are very, very tight. I've tightened them down for the tournaments. Usually in normal play, just at normal club days, they're quite loose. So you'll see these players struggling quite a bit, but then you'll see them get into their rhythm and they'll start running them with ease.
Yeah, nice half ball. Good power. I mean, I wouldn't want to smack it too hard to leave your ball far away from the hoop. It's always nice to have a ball close for clearing.
Hey James, when you said tight, they're very tight, what does that mean? Is it the way they're set in?
Yes, so usually they're very compact in the ground, and a lot of them are quite narrower than your normal club hoops. So having them narrow obviously means it's going to be a lot trickier to run the hoops, but also it just means that you obviously requires a better shot. We need a better eye. Just the top players play with these hoops.
There's a fair bit of discussion between Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke.
Good decision. Really nice to play, nice and deep into the lawn. It leaves your opponent from smacking you away too far.
It's like a game of chess. It's an acute angle for Josh Winter to work off here. And he just edges it. Just a little subtle, soft hand. Will be obscuring the line of the yellow ball, of the Webby Clarke ball, the yellow ball.
We don't have the best angle on this, but I mean, it could be half balled. It looks like Jenny's going for blue. Oh, just missed. Close.
No penalty for out of bounds.
No, just pops right on the line, and the ball's played on the next turn.
I fancy Levi here just rolling up to yellow, or just trying to clear half ball on yellow. Even just having a nice positional shot and hoping that yellow misses could be very helpful for the Unkiwis.
Levi Franks knocks it out of play. It's great, accurate work.
He would have liked that to be on a bit of an angle, just making the shot a wee bit harder for Felix. Looks like a straight on shot.
Looks like it's still in hoop running position. Not the best result he's looking for here. Really important with these hoops to get really nice length to hoop 2. Yeah, good length.
Really, really good shot here. You see he's come short boundary, so that means he can clear their balls long boundary and take advantage of that hoop.
So hoop 1 is done.
Yes, hoop 1 is done. Now they are on to hoop 2.
So 1 up, and the pressure going back on Webby and Clarke. And this is Franks.
Yeah, really nice weight onto that.
Good conditions, if not a little chilly, but
Yes, I'm sure a little cold here down in Christchurch, but I'm sure it's going to warm up. Looks like the temperature's going to hop up to 20, so that's going to be really nice playing conditions, and the weather shouldn't be too windy out here.
need to be a belter tomorrow for tomorrow's match. About 28 degrees. And that's all about the players then adjusting, because clearly that's going to, if that's a nor'wester and it's going to dry out the lawn even more, it'll run even quicker.
Looks like Josh is going for a block on red.
They're doing well together, the two youngsters, Josh Winter, Levi Franks. There's a lot of talk between again Clarke and Felix Webby.
I mean, there's two ways to this. You could play quite aggressive and go for the hoop, or you could clear the main ball black, which is playing next. Yep.
Levi's just thinking whether to just pop a ball in, blocking yellow, or if he can see yellow, trying to clear that ball.
Levi Franks from the Kashmir Club.
Good ball. Solid centre hit on that. This could potentially give away a double here. Felix might see the hoop and the ball, so it's a bit of a win-win situation here.
Josh with another 1-yarder. This might seem simple, but these hoops are very tight. Cool,
That's
calm and collective.
2 up for the under-21s. All the work to be done by Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby. We talked prior to this getting underway, Miles, and both you play at the Kashmir Club. And I said to you, were you in contention for selection for this team? What's the difference between you and Levi Franks?
Yeah,
And
so it's usually mainly on world rankings here. Levi's played a few more ranking tournaments, so that's usually playing in national competition and beating good players from the likes of we've got Eben Fordyce and Felix Webby and really top-notch players, and getting a win from there can get some good significant points to put your world ranking up. And Levi, he's a really consistent player, so you can see him really up on the table here.
Felix Webby with an approach to the third hoop. It's 2 up for the youngsters, the under-21 select. Captain Josh Winter and Levi Franks.
Looks like Josh is going to go for red, because red's got a really nice hoop running opportunity through there.
You see when Josh is aiming for the ball, he's lining up the head of his mallet towards the ball, making sure that this is as target as it can get. Just misses on the right side.
With this really high level, usually the player's missing, it's really only by just a slight fraction. It's usually by a ball's length. It's really subtle. You've got to be really precise with every single shot you make, especially with the balls being, they're not massive and the hoops aren't massive, so you've got to be precise about everything you take.
Levi eyeing up another 7-yarder.
He's looking pretty confident with his 7-yarders. His last 2 have been pretty successful, so I'm sure he's really confident at the moment.
I just love Levi's technique. Look at that. He
Beautiful
stretches
swing.
his arms out. He's got a good stance behind the ball. Eyes it up. Bang. Dead in the middle.
Beautiful.
Really, really good mid-pacer. He's quite close to the hoop.
Well, he hasn't missed in any of those shots yet. Remarkable accuracy. Young eyes as well.
Helps a lot.
The difference, I guess, with the New Zealand selection is the experience and the knowledge of other games in knowledge bank.
Yeah, I'm sure Jenny and Felix have had a lot of experience playing many national and world competitions, so I'm sure they'll know how to handle underneath the pressure when it comes.
I think it was you, James, that said that Jenny Clarke's won over 40 tournaments. I think
Yes.
that's just such a big stat, isn't it?
Remarkable,
I don't,
really.
I don't think I can even count to 40. That's a lot.
Yeah.
She's been consistently ranked first for the past 15 years amongst the women's players. So she's shown true consistency.
Best ever. That's what I'm hearing.
Best
yeah,
ever.
definitely.
Yep.
We can see a few smiles from Levi and Josh. They look pretty relaxed at the moment. A little bit of banter coming across the pair.
The chemistry of Josh and Levi is just amazing, really. They've gone to the final of the 2019 South Island Champs, and they also recently won last year's GC National doubles together. So they just speak for itself, really.
Again, that discussion between the 2 top players in the New Zealand selection. how much would Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke have played together as a doubles unit?
I don't think they've played too much together, but they've got a lot of experience, which is really going to matter when it comes to these kind of games. They know how to handle pressure. They've been in a lot of world finals, which these young ones haven't been in, so they have the advantage over that. Here's Levi, stepping up for a 4-yarder. Very unlucky there.
That is not what you want to see on an early morning right here. It's really unfortunate, especially because his opposition gets the first ball to the next hoop, and that's really important, especially with possession-wise.
You know what it is, isn't it? It's called the commentator's curse.
Oh,
We've just been praising him.
You see here, Felix is calling a referee here. Because the yellow ball's only just gone past the hoop, it's really hampering his shot. So it will affect his chance of getting close to the fourth hoop.
We can see a stance with Felix. These hand placements is really, big in a game called Association Croquet, where you roll the ball a lot, and we can see that a lot of his work through AC has generated into golf croquet, which is really important, and it's got a bit of advantages between the people that haven't played Association Croquet before.
Looks like he's played this very well.
It's almost a little jump shot, wasn't it?
Yes.
A bunt back into the lawn.
A lot of these players, all their shots look very effortless. Just become muscle memory.
Yeah, nice ball.
So officially 2-1 now. Jenny Clarke putting the red peg on the third hoop.
The Lions have woken up.
Now with yellow playing next, yellow's got a lot of position and either deciding to clear his opponent ball blue away. So black's going to have to make the decision of either setting up or clearing yellow away. It's always nice just to pop a ball up. It puts a lot of pressure onto the opponent if they want to run a hoop or not, especially when these hoops are really tight in this morning. Looks like he's just playing positional, seeing if he can hamper with yellow's position.
Just to the left of the yellow ball.
In golf croquet, there are also offsides. So you can't be offside if you come off an opponent ball, but you can be offside if you don't come off their ball. So you might see Felix here trying to just get an angle on blue, coming close to the next hoop. So you see he's onside there, but he's also given Josh a very hard shot to hit red out.
Shot. From looking at our position, it was slightly off, but it slowly curved onto the ball, which is quite nice to have with these lawns. These croquet lawns, they aren't always straight. You've always got divots and you've always got hills.
Never perfect.
As long as he got some connection on the ball, which is what he got.
That's
As you
the
say,
goal.
it curved.
If Levi puts in a good ball here, I fancy Levi and Josh have an advantage of this hoop. Josh can clear red from the boundary.
Yeah, good ball. Looks pretty straight on, 1.5 yarder.
So what do Clarke and Webby do here to negate this? They have to either look to get the Josh Winter black ball out of it.
Yeah, looks like it.
He's going to drive for it, isn't he? No.
Looks like he's playing pretty defensive here. Put a really nice potential block on black.
Josh Winter now, just in front of the commentary position.
Ooh. Really aggressive shot there, but he's got the hit and he's set himself to the next hoop, which is not offside. So, there's potential to be a winner.
He's directly in front of hoop 5, which is not what he was trying, but it's a very, very good shot actually.
New Zealand select still trail 1-2. Jeannie Clarke. Very good, and that receives applause from the skipper, Felix Webby. He's well done, Jenny.
It's just world class. Experience pays off.
Levi and Josh deciding on what to do next. It would be great for the hoop to be run because Josh is, he's peering right next to the next hoop. But I think it's probably the safer option to have a nice clearance on yellow and get all the balls back in the game.
Works slowly being put in and coming to fruition for these two black mallets, Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke.
Now here we have a bit of decision making over here. If yellow runs this, blue's definite for the next hoop, so it looks like he's going for a nice jaws.
Blue has a very nice target right here. He's got the hoop and the ball.
This is demolition time, isn't it?
That is very unlucky. That's just popped him right inside the jaws of the hoop, which is a really nice hoop shot after. It's going to make Levi's life a lot harder from clearing this ball from behind.
Again, the surface area of Josh Winter's ball just not making the full connection on the Felix Webby yellow ball. And it just needs a nudge from Jenny Clarke, doesn't it?
Looks like potentially Jenny's going for yellow. If she off-balls this, she can promote herself to the next hoop. Ooh.
It's not the outcome
No, not
she
at
would have
all.
wanted.
Onside though.
Levi Franks. Can he knock the yellow ball out from underneath the peg? Yes, he can.
Shot.
Yes, he can.
Not the distance that he wanted. He'd probably prefer it to be a few more yards away, but you never know what could happen in this game of croquet. Good hoop.
Yep. Yeah, they've worked hard, haven't they, to come up to parity 2-2.
Now you see a lot of these players hitting balls quite hard. They find this the easiest way, as it's the more accurate way, because a lot of the times there's some divots, some little curves on the lawns, so it helps quite a bit and just straightens it out.
Josh Winter for hoop 5. Got some good weight. Yes, beautiful.
Certainly not mucking around,
No.
getting onto it.
Bit short for her likings here. She probably would have preferred to be tight in front of the hoop.
This is why positional play is so important in croquet. All the players want to generate, simple 1 yard straight in the front hoops. But a lot of the time it's quite tricky. If you get that mastered, then you're going to be a very hard player to beat.
One of the legends that have mastered this craft have got to be Chris Clarke. He's in the Hall of Fame, and his positioning is perfect. It's one of the important things to really nail down for a good game.
Jenny's husband, by the way. Great shot.
Talking of impressive croquet players, certainly from my consciousness, Paddy Chapman in the inner workings of putting this coverage together for Croquet New Zealand here at the United Croquet Club. Paddy Chapman, wow, it's a name I certainly remember, like John Prince. I remember his, Jenny Clarke, Roger Murfitt, another name that certainly is synonymous with excellence. The late Paul Skinley.
He's come from the Cashmere Croquet Club as well, which is the same club that Levi and Josh are at right now, so...
Yeah, nice centre ball on that. Left her on a potential hoop for this.
Levi Franks. Again, the angle is acute, but he is going for position.
He likes it. Looks like Josh is going to potentially play quite aggressive on red. Clearing red away for black for a potential shot on the hoop.
Wind picking up a bit. Sun burst through the cloud cover a moment ago. It made a big difference, but don't worry, the 4 that are out there in front of us.
Jenny and Felix thinking on what to do next. There's many different ways to get possession onto this hoop. You could play very defensive and just pop a ball up, but you could play aggressive and smack black away. But I mean,
They're taking a long time to figure this one out, aren't they? Which is the
Yeah.
best course of action. And it's testament to their expertise that they do take the time.
looks like Felix is eyeing up black.
Got a great angle on this one.
You see, Felix before every shot he stalks to line up for his shot. This just really gets the angle. It really sets up for a good shot here. Yeah, nice. Dead center.
I fancy blue just sitting up tight to the hoop here. Not what he wanted, but red here. A few decisions. Go for the hoop or clear blue and really determine their pressure on this hoop.
Just to clarify to our newcomers here watching the game for the first time, the sequence of balls go blue, red, black, then yellow. And if you ever forget, a bit of a life hack that I like to look whenever I forget sometimes is to look at that pig right in the center of this court. You can see that there's a sequence in colours, and it goes blue, red, black, then yellow.
You can also go look at the flags as well in the corners. Blue, red, black, yellow.
Jenny here for a nice stop shot on blue. Yeah.
Well, the New Zealand under-21 players, Josh Winter and Levi Franks, they started off very quickly, got onto their stride, but the experience, Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke really starting to come back into the game, aren't they?
Yes, from hoop 2 and 3, it's been pretty unlucky with Josh and Levi. So, it's not really nice to go into the first game of, giving especially hoop 3 to their opponent. But it's a really mental sport. So you gotta be positive in every single shot you make, even if you don't get some. Yeah.
Levi and Josh both won the New Zealand GC Most Improved. One after the other, actually. Josh won it in the 18-19 season, and Levi won it on the 19-20 season.
They just need a break, these two youngsters, don't they? You need now something to go their way. They're being counted by the best.
Looks like Levi's deciding to go for a nice ball, very loose at the back. Just saves space for red clearing and gaining possession on the hoop.
But he wasn't happy with that, was he, the skipper?
No.
Felix Webby, as soon as he made the connection, he threw his head up and went, oh. Levi Franks and Josh Winter taking on Jenny Clarke. Felix Webby, a bit of smiles and chat between Webby and Clarke. Oh, he's still shaking his head, isn't he?
Yeah, you can really see their body language in the play, especially with the likes of the young players, of how to handle this. I think it's generally really important to hide up these emotions because it does put confidence in the opposition.
Sometimes you really can't help yourself though.
Yes,
Just gets the better of you.
especially with those 1-yarders straight in front.
I've had my fair share of misses, let's just say that.
I have to.
Kept his ball handy, quite close to the hoop.
I was thinking earlier on, it's remarkable. You know, you could be acutely disappointed, but you've got to keep focused. You've got to keep going on.
Exactly.
Can't afford to lose it.
Looks like Felix wanted a bit more power onto that. It'd be nice to get that right in the corner, but he's still got Black a fair distance away, which is pretty ideal to have.
Really stretching it out, isn't he? Making it as difficult as he can. It's all even though. It's still 2-2.
Just saw Paul Kaiser on a really clean jump shot on the lawn in front of us. Not too sure who's winning at the moment, but looks like a close game with looking at the pegs. We can see a mixture between blue and red.
Levi Franks will be looking for some inspiration.
Has a wee smile.
He did,
enjoying
didn't he?
himself.
Yeah.
Just loves being out here on this lawn. His happy place.
Doesn't fancy that. Just slightly too short.
Ooh. Looks disappointed with that again. You just need that little ounce of luck, don't you, for it to run your way.
There is a potential hoop shot on this.
Yep.
But I mean, it's always safe to go for black and stay close to the hoop.
Seems very angled. You know, with these angled shots, a lot of the time you'll bounce out, and then obviously in this situation, black will have the chance to just clear red and take advantage of the hoop. So it's the safe option would probably be just to clear black in this situation.
A bit of a wry smile and again a grin between the two top players.
What did I say, Martha?
Here's a replay.
Yeah, it's not nice rejection, especially when you're going through these hoops. It's nice to smack with a bit of power in case a ball's right next to there for a nice clearance.
Now, a lot of the players like to hit it hard through the hoop so that they can get close to the next hoop. You've got to take advantage of those kind of situations there.
Yeah, good shot. It's slightly angled, but it's still a hoop running position right here.
Well, he did well, didn't he? He kind of jammed his mallet down into the turf just to ensure that the black ball didn't go too far.
Yes.
Levi Franks and ensuring that the red ball was a long way away. So it was a very good shot. Just deciding when you use your soft hands, when you drive.
Yeah, there's a whole different, range of shots that, get used in different situations here. It's a bit of a tool case we have here.
Hasn't taken long. Josh Winter.
Soup's really dragging out. Important hoop here.
Be interesting to know on this hoop how many shots have been played.
Yes. No, that'd be quite interesting actually. Maybe next time, James, you can keep count.
I'll be the stats man.
What do you think they'll be discussing, Miles? Oh, I mean, there's a couple of decisions that they could be playing here. Jenny could either just pop a ball in front, putting pressure on her next opponent's ball to either clear or run the hoop. But she could also play for the aggressive option and clear her opponent away, leaving, yellow for either a shot on the hoop or a clearance. Looks like Jenny's going. Yeah, she's going for the clearance. Oh no. Just trying to sit right in front of that hoop. Ooh.
Now, does this open the entranceway for Levi Franks?
Slightly angled hoop, but you could potentially half ball yellow down. Going for the safer option here. Not the power he was looking for. You could see the emotion when he hit that. His whole body just dropped for a second. Felix here for a nice clearance on blue here.
Yes. Leaves it wide open for it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good mid-pacer right there, leaving both balls right next to the hoop. That's really important for putting a ball up and clearing at a short distance.
Now, just to run through the format of this competition. So there are 2 best-of-9 match tests on each day. The first test will be played today. The second one will be played tomorrow. And they're all best-of-3 games. And there are no time limits. And the doubles at the moment will be played in the morning, and all the singles will be played in the afternoon.
And the good news is the weather should be good, should be fine for both days.
Barely any wind, which the players really like. Doesn't move their mallet once they're swinging.
Yeah, it's not very nice having a strong gust of wind
No.
approaching you when you're about to take the winning shot. Yeah, I've definitely had a few of those here and there. It's not very nice to have.
No.
But especially it's gonna help with the different stance of players. We have the likes of Joel. He plays with a different handling, which is, I guess, it's a lot stronger with holding the mallet. So I guess, the wind is less absent in his swing. But you got the likes of Levi Franks with his gripping called the Solomon. That's quite loose, so the wind can really get into that swing. Yep.
Oh, well done.
Good clearance.
Very good.
Levi likes that.
Again, it just blows open this hoop again, doesn't it? Direct shot in.
Looks like he fancies a nice tight shot here. Really close to the hoop. Giving blue a tricky shot if he succeeds in this.
Go where he wanted to. Hard to see from this angle.
Could have left the hoop open maybe.
Looks like it's maybe half ball.
Right, now have these hoops loosened up at all? No. That's the answer.
That's not the best position you want with black being behind. It looks like that yellow's potentially blocked from the hoop.
I do think maybe Levi could see half ball of yellow. If so, it's a very big shot for him.
I mean, it'd be really nice to have a half ball on yellow. You got blue right next to hoop for a potential hoop shot right there.
Oh, a grin of anticipation on Jenny Clarke's face.
Just putting a nice ball in front. Ooh, that is not what you want to see today. She's just promoted blue up for a nice hoop shot, leaving red in not a nice hoop position from the angle that we see.
I've seen a lot of smiles on this lawns. They all seem pretty relaxed.
I mean, they've all played some really, really great shots, so I mean, they should be good and proud of themselves.
They should all be at the top of their game.
Oh, testament to where these young players are at in their progress. That, you know, this is very closely fought.
Beautiful. That was a tasty shot. You could see himself licking his lips. Yeah, he's smiling. He's smiling all right.
Well, he's smiled a lot today, hasn't he? I mean, it's been only the one shot that I think he would be unhappy with, but certainly Levi Franks and Josh Winter have done well so far.
Playing some really, really great shots here.
Yep.
Shot.
Yep.
You could see the emotion in Felix there.
Yep.
Bit of a
Knuckles.
fist pump.
Yep.
Man, this has been a really long hoop.
It is, yes. Yep.
I could probably fall asleep for a couple hours and
Hoop
wake
5.
back up.
No, it's been interesting.
Oh yeah, it has definitely been interesting.
Tactically, the accuracy again to the fore, denying.
I mean, it's been back and forward, back and forward, back and forward. They're both clearing, they're both hitting, they're both positioning. All these shots, you can see this long hoop definitely shows that they're both teams are very equal, and it's going to put a really impressive match up for dibs. Josh and Levi deciding on what to do next. You've got red in front of there. You know, that's a really ideal ball to clear or set up. Looks like Josh is going for the safer option, just putting a ball up and then hopefully leaving black to clear red. That's probably pretty ideal. I mean, Levi's been hitting all his shots, so I think, you know, it's safer to go for that aggressive way.
Clarke should get this though, shouldn't she?
Yeah, good
Yep.
hoop.
Yep.
Good distance.
Yep. Well fought though. Great competition. 3-2. Clarke and Webby over Winter and Franks. Opening match of this New Zealand selection up against the under-21s. Here it is. A red peg signalling Clarke and Webby.
And this is why they're world champions. They know how to come back from deficits.
Yep, definitely 2-0 down, 3-2. I mean, you can see how quickly this game can change. Levi playing quite deep here.
I quite like that positional shot there, not playing too close to the hoop, giving a simple stop shot on red.
Getting some secret signals. The commentary.
Yeah, a bit of sign language.
Yes.
We have here going. Some of the boys before this all these games started thinking about doing some Morse code, but we haven't got much time on learning that yet. But I'll see if I can, find a little cheat sheet, hand them out to the players.
As long as you don't learn SOS, that's all that counts.
No. Looks like another deep ball for Josh.
A few more spectators gathered under the canopy of trees. United Croquet Club, the heart of North Hagley in Christchurch.
Ginny plays a nice tight shot here. Could be potentially blocking from Black's path.
Centre board.
Now with Black being behind this hoop, Ginny's got a few options here. She could potentially put a block on Black from behind the hoop, which is kind of forces Blue to either run the hoop or clear. But it looks like Ginny's liking on this clearing game here.
She can clear Blue and stay in wide position from Black. That would be ideal.
I think the interesting part about croquet for me is that you can initiate as much as you like, but the reaction and the countermeasures that are employed means that you can never think one shot ahead,
Yes,
especially doubles.
yes. I mean, the game can change, really quickly. All these different sequence of balls in different positions. I mean, there's a ton of things to think of, but you just got to be in the present at the moment.
Yeah.
There's a ton of things to think, but I think it's really ideal just to be calm and just to focus on what the next shot rather than overthinking everything. But yeah, very important.
That's the thing with a lot of these top players. They don't let bad shots get in their way. So if they have a bad shot, they'll get it past them and they'll keep playing on and just thinking of making the next shot. Don't think of missing the next shot, making it.
Positive thinking. It's ideal, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, you wouldn't want to think negative. I mean,
No.
it's not really the aim of the game to win.
But it's like a double ploy, really, isn't it? While you're trying to get in the best possible position, you're also trying to block the opposition.
Yes, there's so many different tactics. That, you can do 2-for-1 shots, killing two birds with one stone. Yeah, a lot of discussion is being made between the two pairs. What to do next? That is the next question. What to do next?
Very big question there, Miles.
Yeah. Jenny here playing about a yard in front of the hoop. Could be potentially wide from Black. Potentially. I mean, that would be the ideal position to have your ball. But looks like Levi can see red here.
Wide is just another word for block for those that don't know.
Yeah, not the nicest shot on there. I mean, he would prefer that to be centre, leaving his black ball around the hoop. But I mean, you know, a clear is a clear. You got the job done at the end of the day.
The blue ball's in the sights. Felix Webby, and he successfully.
I just think it's crazy how fast a game can turn in croquet, even when it's so slow, especially on that fifth hoop there. But all of a sudden we see Jenny and Felix winning the game.
Deep discussion.
Some big thinking by these two players on what to do next. What are they going to do? I'm not a mind reader, but you never know. You could just put a ball up. Put a ball up. Just sometimes the ideal way to pop.
Habby a ball in, put a ball in.
Well, they're so widespread, both their balls, aren't they? The blue and the black.
Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game here at this point.
Now it looks like he's going to go for position. Josh Winter in front of the peg if he can execute after Levi Franks has given him the instructions.
Paul Kaiser for another jump shot down on the lawn overhead, this lawn 5. He's looking pretty confident. That's all I can say.
He's got a big job here. Come on, Levi.
Now just
Get amongst it.
Just to remember, after black is yellow. So yellow's got the next possibility of clearing a ball away potentially. But we see here that black might have a potential block.
James, you talked about how quickly the croquet game can change, and look, from being widespread 4 shots ago, they're all close into that hoop.
Exactly. Great shot, sending blue to the corner, making it the shot as difficult as he can.
Josh Winter will just be looking to get that ball back within Kui.
No, I fancy.
You think going for? He's going to take him out?
Yeah, I think he will. I'm quite confident in Josh right now.
It's ambitious. Sometimes it doesn't pay off. It didn't on this occasion.
Sorry, guys, might have jinxed that one.
You didn't play it. You're okay, James.
Another 1 yard hoop shot. Perfect. 4-2 to Jenny and
Yes.
Felix.
Well, to the strains of You're Going to Take It, Jenny Clarke certainly did. They positioned themselves beautifully, destroyed the options that Winter and Franks were trying to set up for themselves. And they're just quietly working away, aren't they? Doing their business. Outstanding Jenny Clarke. Felix Webby, New Zealand representatives, just won so much, Jenny Clarke, in her glittering career, and it's not over yet.
No.
Up 4-2.
Josh and Levi's careers are definitely not over yet. They've got a lot more to go. Eyeing up under 21 worlds, open worlds. They really want to establish themselves in the GC world teams. I mean, the list goes on. There's so many opportunities in croquet.
What amazes me, croquet is so strong in Egypt.
It is. That surprises me as well.
Yeah. I mean, we know it's a Commonwealth Games country's sport in
Yeah.
essence, but very, very strong in Egypt.
Very, very good at it. And they hit it very hard. Their lawns aren't the best because it's very hot over there, so the lawns are really dry, which means that the ball can move quite a bit, so they're pretty much forced to hit them hard.
Hard, aggressive.
Yes, very aggressive players.
4-2. The seniors are leading the juniors. New Zealand select ahead of New Zealand under 21. Commentary here. The twins from the Kashmir Club, Miles and James Duggan, Leslie Murdoch with you at the United Croquet Club, part of a sports hub with high school old boys rugby and United tennis, just sitting in North Hagley, very, very close to the Botanical Gardens. Beautiful part of Christchurch. You might think sometimes that croquet is sedate, but I tell you what, we've seen some killer shots today.
Yes, indeed. Certainly the ideal weather to play a good game of croquet. It's not too windy. The weather's not being too mean on us. We've got a nice high of temperature here. Levi here looks like he's potentially going for the hoop.
They have to win the next hoop, don't they?
Indeed. Ooh. Just hit the left wire.
Just really shows how hard it is to run these hoops. Very, very tight.
Yellow with a potential hoop shot, but again, this is another angled hoop, so it is a bit challenging than those straight ones. And again, blue is slightly hampered with yellow, so I mean, there's a lot of decisions made. Looks like Felix is going for the safe option here, clearing black for position.
Looks as though he's given blue a potential shot. Looks very angled, but sometimes you have to afford to give them some hoop shots and hope that they miss. Bit of luck comes on your side a lot. For any sport, really.
I think when you're 4-2 down, you've got to, you can't afford to revert into your shell. You're going to have to keep playing with that confidence that you talked about earlier, not second guess yourself.
Yeah, you've got to be very confident in every single shot you take. You know, especially when you're down. You know, it can be a bit frustrating at times, but you've got to keep your head in this game. You know, I've personally I've been 7-1 down, and I've came back to win 7-6. So
You mean 6-1?
6-1.
Yeah.
That's the one. But yes, games do change.
Never stop believing. That's what I always think when I'm on the lawn.
They've certainly pushed out the two young players very wide in the last three hoops, having to come back in and start again.
Yeah, it looks like red and yellow are pretty. They've got the strength on this hoop right now. They're both very close.
In terms of handicaps, it's very similar to golf, where you'll have some of the higher handicaps around 14, which usually are people that are not very experienced, all the way down to -6. Which I don't think anyone's a -6. I'm not quite sure.
Not even Jenny Clarke.
No, Jenny Clarke is a -5. Felix -5 as well. Josh -4. He is the lowest handicap in his team, and then we have Levi at a -3.
They haven't been playing too long as the New Zealand select teams. They have gone down the ranks very quickly. Playing in some big tournaments like the Nationals. Josh Winter last year in the Nationals came second.
In the Opens, yes.
Which is
Impressive.
pretty impressive.
Yep.
That was it his second Nationals?
Yes, it was his second Nationals. He's won 2 doubles national titles alongside Chris Clarke, which is Jenny's husband, and he won it alongside Levi last year, which is amazing, really.
Very good pairing going in towards this tournament. I mean, they've been friends for a long time, so they have this connection and they have really nice teamwork between the two.
I don't think I've ever seen them argue on the field at all.
No,
I haven't really seen anyone argue on the field, to be honest. It's a very friendly sport.
That's what you want in a game of anything, really, was the adherence to the values of what you're trying to play and what you want to achieve with the best possible sportsmanship.
Levi with a quarter ball on yellow. Felix just gaining possession onto this hoop. Both Jenny and Felix are pretty confident on this hoop here.
Well, he certainly didn't take much time taking a shot then, did he, Felix Webby?
No.
Knew exactly what he was going to do, reacted to what was put in front of him, and lots of smiles between Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby.
Always thinking 2, 3, 4, even 5 shots ahead of yourself.
Levi here thinking if he wants to play positional and see if he can get a block in front of yellow and red here. Again, it's really nice to put a ball in front. It puts a lot of pressure onto the opponent. Windsor here, looking like he's going for a potential clearance. Yeah, good shot. He likes that. Jenny here, just for another setup. We can see blue and black are both in no ideal situations here, but it looks like Jenny right now is not in the ideal situation right here. She's just overshot the hoop here. This could be the turning point for Levi and Josh to get back and get some possession onto this hoop.
Levi's planning on hitting this one quite hard, I imagine. Only to the short boundary, so he's not going to go far even if he misses. He's probably looking to half ball yellow maybe, just to send it away from a hoop running position.
Franks, can he take out the yellow?
Smack.
Yes.
What a shot.
Great connection.
Bang, right there.
Very accurate again. We've seen some impressive destructive hits, haven't we, from Levi Franks particularly.
You can see the really open body language. Josh and Levi. You can see Levi with the power pose with the hand on his hips. He's looking pretty happy at the moment, even though they are down. They're playing really well. Both players are playing really well. Both teams.
It's almost like there's a slight camber where that ball was being hit from.
Looks like Felix is peering up to see if Blue's got a nice shot on the hoop. Decisions, so much decisions.
We can't quite see the line that the red, yellow and blue, the blue's certainly at a slightly different angle, but she's going to go, Jenny Clarke has taken it out.
Sometimes when going clearance onto the short boundary, it's also nice to get your ball on the boundary too. Say if you do a stop shot and you're close to where blue and red is, blue can do a nice stop shot on red leaving position. So it's sometimes nice just to get your ball on the boundary. Looks like another 7-yarder.
Good shot too. Takes them away.
You can see as the game immenses, we can see I guess the power in Levi's swing as he takes every shot. It's just a little bit harder. You can see that the confidence is building.
What you can also see is that quite a few more seats are filling up, more people coming in. Yeah, as we saw before, some Cashmere members are coming down to support their boys. Good to see the support coming in.
Josh here, looking on yellow or the hoop here. Looks like a potential jump here actually.
Oh. Ambitious.
Yes, he's a very ambitious player. He's
Yep.
always looking for new ways to get around things.
And I think that would have gone in if the yellow ball wasn't right there.
Yeah, that was looking pretty accurate. I've seen some amazing jump shots in my time. Sometimes for fun, me and my mates like to do some full-on jump shots. They don't always go out as planned, but it's just fun just to smack some balls around.
A fearless approach, that's what you'd like to see, isn't it? It's giving yourself, backing yourself and giving every opportunity.
It's fairly common that you'll see people try jump shots from boundaries, and they do actually get them quite a bit.
It's like anything, isn't it? Practice makes perfect.
Indeed, we all have those days where we're just playing out of our skin. I remember in the Nationals in 2020, yes, I think I got about 6 jump shots in one game. It was pretty great to feel after.
Two young minds are having a lot to say to each other. Josh Winter having to stride up and give the angle for Levi Franks. Yep, gets the thumbs up.
Remember that these games are not timed, so they have as much time as they want to talk about tactics, to talk about what they're having for dinner.
Or even sing along with the band that's started up in the background.
Indeed, we have some music to keep the mood positive.
It's good of you to set it up for them.
Yes, I know.
Bit of the Summertime's concert, Hagley Park, place to be. Come down and watch the croquet.
Certainly a very bubbly vibe here.
Referee just being involved in the play.
Yes, definitely. If you see some referee running around, if you see a person running around, it's most likely a referee. It's really important, and it takes a lot of work to judge, all the different types of shots. You can see Tony running across the lawn to get in time.
Hope just needing some extra attention, a bit more power needed. They're very precise. I was thinking when I was looking at them when they were setting the hoops this morning, they're very precise and they take quite a long time to get them all in.
Yes, it is very precise.
It's an exact science. Look at this. That's how exact it is. Ooh.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yep. Just got a bit loose.
Yeah, I mean, these balls have been hitting pretty hard through these hoops, so, you'd expect to get...
It looks as though it needs to be hit on the right side.
It does.
Just weave it. Eye measurement looks good to me. Will it look good to Felix Webby? Yes. Job done. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Just for the new viewers here, this does not count. Oh. There we are.
Really good shot. 5-2 to Jenny and Felix.
5-2, big lead.
Big lead.
Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke, but as you've already said, Miles, that never say never. Keep going.
Josh has got a really nice shot right here. He looks happy.
they'll be feeling the sun on their backs and out. Jenny Clarke, Felix Webby, and the sun comes out. It's nice and warm.
Just remember, after blue is red. If I was red, I don't know, I might just pop a ball up, to be honest. Just get a nice position onto the hoop, and then possibly, if I'm feeling aggressive, have a shot on blue. Looks like Jenny's just playing a ball up.
No, it's a great turnaround by the world-class pairing, Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke. They were down early, 2-0, came back and tied it up, and now they're ahead 5-2.
Jenny giving all responsibilities to Felix there, backing him to clear blue away.
Looks like they were trying to put a potential block, but did not look like it was ideal.
One doubles match has been completed. The far court.
Now, just to recap the audience here, Jenny and Felix only need 2 more hoops to get the win. They look pretty definite at the moment, but I mean, again, the game can change quickly. Josh and Levi have been playing really exceptional play. Felix here. Yeah. It's not ideal. I'm not too sure if he was going for blue or black, but
We've just got an update for you guys. So, Paul Kaiser and Jessica Bullen have lost 7-5 to Sonia and Helen. So, that was a really close game. I heard that Paul and Jessica accidentally pushed their ball through a hoop 4 times.
4 times.
4 times, yes. So, they got very unlucky that game. They were 4-0 down in that game as well. So, they did bring it back. But they were hitting their shots, just got very unlucky in that game.
So Helen Reeves and Sonia Sedgwick
Yes.
have drawn first blood in this competition here at United Croquet in Christchurch.
They're up by 1. They need 1 more win to secure the first point of the first test match.
Again, we've become familiar, haven't we, with the serious negotiations, really, between each other. Which angle are we going to take? Are we going to provide some destructive skills?
Felix
Felix
here
Webby,
for a
yep.
shot on black. Ooh. Josh here looking for a shot on red here. Looking to get it right in the corner. Not bad, he'll take that. He will take that. Yeah, nice. Nice mid-pacer on there.
And the percentage shots that they're putting in now, Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby, are very impressive.
It's quite a good combination because Jenny is quite a mid-pace player, whereas Felix is quite a hard hitter. So combining the two, are doing quite well, as expected.
Now, if we compare from Josh and Levi, they've got a nice comparison. I mean, they both can be nice light hitters at times, and they can both be really hard hitters at times. So it's nice to have a wide range of different, angles and speeds to hit at.
Jenny Clarke lining up. Looking to get rid of one of blue or black. Her blue's gone.
Ooh, she
Leaves black out there in quite a handy position.
bit of a double clearance there. Not too sure if she wanted that.
Oh, you said earlier that under 21 players need to get the next two.
Indeed. Levi here for about a 2-yarder, slightly angled. This is a must-get shot for Levi. Ooh,
Nothing sunk, has it, today?
no.
It just shows you how tight the hoops are. Here he is
Yes.
again. Just hitting that left iron.
Felix here probably looking to play quite deep onto the left-hand side.
Try and block the path.
This match has been a very defensive game. You see many of these players playing very defensive by just popping the ball up, or, taking a clearance when necessary, or not taking those really deep hoop shots.
Just watching these players really makes me want to go out there and play a bit of croquet too. Jenny just popping a ball in front there.
Was he going to take the red ball? More dangerous of the two. And to take this one out. Levi Franks does so.
Looks like Levi's betting his money on yellow. Yeah. Good decision. Oh. There's ever a potential hoop shot or a nice stop shot on blue. They've been playing pretty defensive, so I think Felix would be going for blue, which he is.
Being 5-2 up, at this point they'd really want to cement their position in the game. Don't want to do silly decisions and let the lead slip and all of a sudden, it's level again. We all know how quick it can be to come back from a deficit.
Josh here just looking to play tight for potential block on yellow.
Maybe gone a bit further than he would have wanted. A lot of work to be done by the New Zealand select, Jenny Clarke, Felix Webby. Happy with that?
I don't think she's too
No.
happy with that. I think the main goal was to see if she could try to hamper his blue's position right there.
Yep.
But it looks like it's gone a little bit
Short.
too short for her likings.
Puts the pressure back. Time to take out the yellow, is it?
Looks
Well,
like it.
Took out his own.
He did not like that.
No.
You could see the emotion when he just dropped the floor right there. I mean, we all have those days where we just clear our own opponent.
Well, he hasn't got much wrong, and that might be the second one that he won't be really happy with.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a few unlucky shots in this game, but what can you say? There's nothing much you can do about it.
Apart from hitting the shots.
That's true.
Levi Franks, 17 years old. Second youngest in the team. Felix Webby, I believe he's 21. When he was at Levi's age, 17, he is actually the youngest ever medalist at the Open World Championships. He placed bronze in, I believe, the 2017 Open Worlds.
Well, I think that's the image. Anyone walking down here to the United Croquet Club, having a look at this croquet here and the high quality that we've seen this morning would be, their perception of croquet is that it's an older person's game, and you look out on all the courts and it's young people.
Yes. I mean, it's not just for a sport for, older people. It's pretty vibrant in the youth, especially when you can smack it hard. I think a lot of the youth enjoy smacking it hard. But yeah, it's pretty big in New
That's
Zealand
good.
with the young people.
Shows you the skill required.
Yes.
It's a very good eye. Josh Winter. she go for the hoop? It's the big question.
Looks like Jenny's seeing if she can pop a block onto blue. Doesn't look like she's completed it though. Looks like there's a slight angle on this hoop. Sometimes with these hoops, it's quite nice to put a bit of a jump onto it. It just gets a bit of top spin for the ball to get through the hoop.
So at the top of the hoop, it's less narrow, slightly less narrow. So some players will find it a bit easier jumping for those angles.
Smack. Oh, close miss right there.
Heavying the ball up, pulling the ball in.
Handy position, isn't it? Felix Webby.
Josh is forced to take red on.
Bit of croquet slang that James just said. Habby, it's just a short and quick way of saying put a ball in. Can't go wrong with just putting a ball in.
Looks as though red is quite an angled shot. Doesn't believe that Jenny will make it.
I think what we've seen this morning with those hoops is that, you know, we've talked about them being tight, but if you don't get them absolutely flush, you're out of luck. There's no, unless you, I mean, even chipping in from the side doesn't seem to happen.
But remember, Jenny has had a lot of experience and throughout the years, especially through association, where you're most likely potentially going to get these types of shots. So I feel like she's had a lot of experience over this, which could give her an easier chance of running this hoop if she does go for it.
Jenny lining this one up.
Looking for a 6-2 advantage.
Yep, just a nice jaws here.
Just to block it off.
Now the goal here is to smack black into yellow, leaving yellow harder shot on running red through the hoop. And the goal is to run this hoop with blue. For Josh, he's looking to jump over that hoop. That ball, I mean, sorry.
Almost seems like mission impossible.
It does. It's very difficult. Levi looks like he's done it what he wanted.
He's done his side of the bargain.
From this angle, it looks like Felix is going to have a potential shot on blue, as he does not look like he can peel red through the hoop. Because it would not be nice trying to peel red through the hoop, but missing and peeling red out of the hoop. That would not be ideal.
can't count out Josh's jump shots. I've seen a lot of crazy jump shots that he's done against me from around the world, well, not around the world, but around New Zealand. Played against him up in Auckland, we've been to Napier, been to Nelson for various competitions. It's amazing where Clarke can take you.
Looks like he's left Josh for a jump. Levi is going to take the peg off.
Wow, this is going to be fascinating.
Cheeky smile from Levi taking that peg out. Now the goal is to get this ball over red through the hoop.
You've got to bounce it in exactly the right place. I mean, the amount of skill required here is just top level. Let's have a look.
Wants it for the jump.
Here he goes.
Oh.
No.
Looked like the right direction, just over the hoop.
It's very unlucky from Josh. He had plenty of height, don't get me wrong, but just needed it a little further down.
Felix has popped another peg on this hoop, which means that he's got 6 points.
There's a mountain to be climbed for Josh and Levi, but I reckon they can climb that mountain.
Well, they've
Pull
got
it
to win
back in.
this, don't they? They've got to win this next one. It's almost sudden death in the first match.
Felix here for a 7-yarder.
Full of confidence.
Perfect.
All the smiles are getting bigger, aren't they?
Not exactly what he wanted. He would have liked the yellow ball to be close to the boundary so that the ball couldn't clear it.
Yeah, you can see that Levi here, he could potentially clear yellow with position. So it's not ideal, but I mean, a clearance is a clearance. He should be happy. Got the job done.
This is how important positional shots are here. Joshua played a really good positional shot. Levi clears yellow to the next boundary. Then they've got a really good chance on this hoop.
Well, they've had their discussion. Now, the execution from Jenny Clarke.
A large stalk for Jenny. Looks like she's going for blue potentially.
Right, she just caught the outside of the ball with the mallet, didn't she? Wouldn't be happy with that.
Just timing a bit off. Cost her in the end.
Drive the yellow out of contention.
Just nicked that.
Almost 2 in a row, wasn't it? 1 each, where they haven't
Yeah.
quite. Jenny Clarke has to do the fielding, so to speak, to pick up the errant black ball from Levi Franks' drive.
Very important shot here. And he's nailed it.
Dead centre, leaving him straight in the middle. Winter here looking for a clearance on yellow. Oh, another miss. Jenny here, just looking for a nice shot up on the hoop.
She didn't take too much time putting it where she wanted it.
There is an option of blocking with her ball from yellow, but there is potential for a double clearance, which is not necessary.
Do or die moment for Levi here. Has to clear this. Stalks the ball. Lines it up. Few swings.
Smack. Oh, just missed it by a fraction right there.
Felix for the game.
To be 1 up in a best of 3 match.
Skipper. And he's done it.
That's it.
He's done it.
First match, and
Every hoop counts.
for once we've seen the ball from a drive, even though it was a short distance, go straight through, agonising some of them. But keenly fought, you have to say, while the 7-2 margin might suggest that it was anything but a competition. It certainly was a competition. Some outstanding croquet from the two youngsters, but the experience told for Felix Webby and Jenny Clarke. As we said earlier, down 2-0 early, and then coming back and taking 7 hoops in a row. So outstanding first blood.
Yeah, you can see that the position is really ideal for a successful win. You could see Jenny's and Felix's position was really top notch. And just staying position and just gaining that possession on hoops.
Small break now while the players have a comfort stop, one might say, before they start their next game.
Awesome.
We just need the results.
Nah. Good game. Like even though you lost 7-2, you guys played really well.
comments. Really good. Really insightful. What are you guys going to do? Have you finished school?
Yeah, we'll finish school now. I'm going to ROUC. I applied for both for sports science, so like psychology and like analysis and stuff like that. So I'm quite interested in that. So yeah, I'm not quite sure yet. I'll get the offers, or I'm already accepted into ARA,
Okay.
and then I'll need my NCA results back. That will determine everything. But
You'll be all right, won't you?
yeah, I'll be alright. And Miles is heading over to broadcasting school in ARA. He's really excited about that.
School of Broadcasting.
Yeah.
You do, yeah. What's he going to? I think the first year you do everything, don't you?
I'm not sure. Miles probably knows a lot more than me, but and I think you can head over to Wellington on the third year. Yeah. So you know, I think it's 20 people that get accepted into it. So
Right around New Zealand.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we always knew to get accepted though, because he's done a lot. That's good.
Really?
Yeah. A lot.
I just noticed when Miles talks, he needs to get a bit closer because I'm just looking at the levels. Like you're really nice and clear. The levels coming up here,
Yeah, true.
and so in order to get the punch through that you want to, he just sometimes talks away from the mic.
Yep. Okay. I'll even know.
I did try and signal to him,
Yeah.
but you get engrossed in what's happening, and you just say exactly what's you're thinking.
Yeah, exactly. I've wrote a lot of statistics, like I spent quite a lot of time, so every now and then I can kind of just
throw them
break
out.
the ice and just throw them out. Are you heading over to the cricket?
Tomorrow, yeah, I'm a bit bad actually because I've just been voted as the Vice President of New Zealand Cricket, so I kind of had to accept the invitation, especially as it's in my home city.
Yeah.
So it came in, well, relatively late, but not late, but certainly I've forgotten about it actually, to be fair. Anyway,
This is different. Are you enjoying it?
this,
Yeah.
I think it's really fascinating.
Got the hang of the game yet?
I think I have.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to execute any of it, I wouldn't be able to do it, but
Because a lot of my friends don't watch any, but they want me to talk to them about it. But it's so
you kind
hard.
of got to do it.
Yeah,
or
you
see
got to
it.
watch it or see it. You know, watch it or play it to really understand it.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful, really, because I didn't know anything. Well, they had a New Zealand or a World Championship in Christchurch. It might have been just after the earthquakes.
Yeah, I think it was 2015.
15 was it? And
Yeah.
I'm sure we came down and did had a few sports people come in and have a hit.
Yeah. I think that was the under 21 Worlds.
Okay. And I'm sure it might have been before the earthquakes then, because I'm sure Chris Clarke was playing in it. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Yeah, a lot of the the world tournaments come to Christchurch to play in there. And there's a few other places up in the North Island that have like around 9 lawns, which is
Oh, yes. Is that how many you've got to have?
no, it's just a lot of lawns, so it's really good for tournaments. This is a good amount of lawns, 6 lawns. It's quite good. And the Cashmere Club have only got 2, and then we've got a top lawn that the bowls gave to us.
Okay.
So it's like initially it was a bowls lawn, but they gave it to us for a croquet.
Was it generous?
Yeah, it was really generous.
It's funny, the high school of boys rugby sort of snuggled in between the bowls and the...
Yeah. I just want croquet to become an Olympic sport.
Yeah, God, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
I wonder if anyone's going, making big ploys for it to
I
happen.
think we're trying, but it's quite difficult. This will help, obviously, having all the streaming and everything.
Yes. I wish that someone just pulled him just a wee bit under there that Winsport was going to pick up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Might just grab one more.
They could have done it like yesterday.
So do they toss again, James?
No, they just stay with the same balls that they have.
Right.
But instead the team that lost starts.
Right.
And and they can decide whoever starts. Doesn't need to be different order.
Do you generally have a set time between your games, or just whatever? That's good, really good. As long as we didn't have that anti-vax rally in the background, would be great. Oh. Really? But given that we've got a 95% double vax rate in Christchurch, so I suppose it's about 12, 14,000 people.
It's not an anti-vax rally, it's a freedom rally.
Oh, freedom
So there'll
rally.
be a lot of vaccinated people there as well.
Right.
Who are vaccinated but saying we shouldn't dictate what to do. Probably half of them are vaccinated.
Okay. All right.
Some of the counts are a bit dodgy as well though, because in Auckland, more than 100% of Asians are vaccinated. So they double count the
Yeah.
I think it's, it's not, I think it's probably 99 in New Zealand. That still leaves a hell of a lot of people.
It does. It does. When you think about it, like I'd heard 18,000 in Christchurch.
Is what, sorry?
18,000 in Christchurch unvaccinated.
Aren't double vaccinated.
Aren't double.
More that have had one.
Yeah.
And now it's your third vaccine starting to
Yeah.
rear its back.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Had the day off work the next day, APSC.
Really? Game 2 in action between Jenny Clarke, Felix Webby, and the two New Zealand under-21 select, Josh Winter and Levi Franks. The youngsters going down 7-2 in their opening doubles match. So they've got a bit of work to do. Best of 3 it is here on the United Croquet lawn surface in North Hagley Park.
And just to re-clarify, Jenny and Felix have to win one more game to get the first match win.
just misses. Felix Webby. Felix actually started playing croquet at the age of 15. His first competitive croquet tournament was the secondary schools tournament, which my co-commentator Miles actually won back in 2019, alongside Levi. And a couple of other players here have won that tournament too.
Pretty impressive, Miles.
Thank you. Yeah, it's probably one of the best tournaments I've won at. Yeah, it's it's always one of my favourite tournaments to watch or play in. Just the atmosphere of a bunch of different schools coming together for a good game of croquet. But yeah, in 2019 was the last time the secondary schools was played because of COVID for the past 2 years. We sadly haven't been able to play it, which has not been nice, but that's what happens in this COVID world. It looks like Jenny's just smacked blue right through the hoop. Looks like she was trying to jump over potentially.
Josh and Levi, 1-0 up. Sounds very familiar from the last game.
Certainly was a quick one first up, wasn't it?
Yes, it was definitely. I wonder how this game's going to go, if it's going to go quick, if it's going to go slow. Jenny just restalking her shot. Looks like she's going for a potential clearance. Oh, and she's
What
ran.
a
Wow,
shot!
that's fantastic, isn't it?
That was amazing.
Yeah.
She's just ran the hoop all the way from the end. That's amazing.
What can you do in that kind of
Yeah.
situation? You can't do much about that. Just flowing past and cruise its way into the hoop.
The thing about the position on where she was is that she could have had a double, so she was probably going for the clearance, but just missed and went right through the hoop. So that's always nice when you got a potential double, just to be safe if you missed your shot.
Looks as though one of the balls are locked, so it's going to make it tricky to hit up to hoop 3. Good deep ball. It's probably all he had. I don't think he could have made a close one.
You can see a lot of smiles across the croquet lawns. We have a bit of a national anthem just behind us.
Sing along, Mars.
I would prefer not to.
Felix Webby.
Looks like he's trying to hamper Yellow's position for the next hoop. He's done it.
1-1. Second game.
Looks like Josh is going to do the same, but to red. See if he can get behind it. This is where the AC shots from Association Croquet really play in. Just too far. Jenny here for a potential clearance or setup. Looks like she's just popping a ball in.
Fancy Levi here taking this shot on. I think he's eyeing it up too.
I mean, what's the point just putting a ball up? You know it's going to get cleared.
I don't think Red's got a clear shot, so these are kind of the shots you want to generate, just having a free go at the hoop without risking another ball having a hoop shot.
Need to go in and turn the pirate PA down. Ooh.
I mean, it's not a bad rejection. His ball's still close around. Josh just playing up, nice and deep.
I like that shot. Good positional shot.
What do you think they would have taken out of the first game that they can take straight away into this game?
I think firstly, it's just usually at the start of every tournament, there's a bit of nerves behind every swing that you take. So I feel like the pressure's just been lifted off just a little bit. So I feel like they can play a little bit more freely. What do you think, James?
I think they've got to play a bit more clinically. Yeah, they've missed a few shots they should be clearing, like those a couple of clearances, a couple of hoop shots. But if they find their form, then I'm sure they'll do quite well in this enticing game.
Levi here just playing in tight. Seeing if he can get a potential block from Red.
Strategic shot from Felix Webby.
Doesn't look too happy with the
No,
outcome.
no, he doesn't.
We shake of the head.
Josh here looking to run the hoop. 7 yards. Ooh, another
Again.
miss.
That noise we've come to hear quite a bit this morning, haven't we?
It's not nice to hear.
Yep.
Jenny here looking for a clearance on Black. Ooh. Levi here, deciding on what to do. I mean, there's a potential way to just run through the hoop. I know it is angled, but I've seen that dude hit some really angled hoop shots. Usually the main goal for Levi and myself is to sometimes just smack it, or just see if you can roll into the jaws. Good hoop,
Well done. Yes.
nice and gently.
Yep, 2-1 up.
Gently was the way to go. It's paid off.
Right, on to hoop 4.
It's interesting when the players are addressing their shot, and depending how many swings, in terms of lining themselves up, getting their balance right, their momentum. Some clearly, I think particularly Levi takes a little bit longer, has a couple of extra practice, or just to get that balance right and get where he wants himself to be, whether shoulders, elbows, whatever. I'm really enjoying watching how he does it, how he goes about it.
Yeah, he's got a really nice flow. It's just nice and relaxed. You can see that there's a different, wide range of croquet stances across this field. But I personally really admire Levi. It's really nice and relaxed and chilled. It's just nice and slow, which I really love.
Gathered a few oohs and ahs from the spectators.
Another nice shot, half ball.
Getting that chat between Webby and Clarke and a smile as well. Quite a lot of banter, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Coming back to the swings and the stances, we have a couple players here that don't actually swing their mallet before they take their shot. Really depends on the way you want to play and whatever makes you play the best. We have Jessica Bullen, we have Helen Reeves. They all place their mallet down first and hit their shots. That can be beneficial. Like if there's wind, it won't move your mallet around. Yeah, a lot of players are quite different. But with a lot of the younger players, swinging is the way to go for them.
Looks like red is potentially blocked from yellow. What a perfectly placed shot right there.
He definitely goes through a regime, doesn't he? Levi Franks. Oh, it's
lovely shot.
Brilliant.
It turns out he could see the ball.
Oh, almost put the yellow ball into the other hoop, which would have been a very tricky shot for Felix to get himself out of. Looks good. It's a good shot.
What do you think, James, they're going to do next?
I think they might place the ball a little bit deep. Or they could, yeah, I think playing deep, maybe clearing yellow might be the way to go. Or just mid-pacing yellow, keeping blue around the vicinity. There's plenty of options to decide.
One all in the second game between New Zealand's best and Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby and New Zealand under-21 select Josh Winter. Levi Franks.
Looks as though he's blocked his own plays, blocked Levi and heading yellow. So we might need to see a good positional play after, really tight to the hoop. Or clearing red.
A little wry smile coming from Jenny Clarke and a shake of the head. Where she wanted it to be.
Sometimes the simple shots are the hardest shots. Maybe Levi can see a bit of yellow.
Soon find out. He can. He saw a whole lot of it.
Saw it all.
Yep. Again, just re-emphasising, when they miss, they don't miss by much. Just a whisker.
Gets very, very close in these games. All the misses just agonisingly close. Right there, Josh was trying to kill two birds with one stone. Clearing red whilst also rolling into the hoop, which would have been a really, really good shot for him, but couldn't quite get it, but he's really close to the hoop. Strong favourites now, Levi and Josh. Felix and Jenny just assessing what they can do. It's not ideal. With Red's positioning there, I think Jenny was trying to get into a position where blue would struggle to clear red, therefore forcing black to take red. I don't think it quite worked. I think Josh can see a good part of red to clear it to the corner.
I think Josh was certainly quite happy with Levi's shot then, gave him there's not a lot of praise given back, between the two youngsters, is there? There's just a quiet way with them, but he gave a little sideways pat and said, "Well done."
They remind me a bit of, assassins. Very quiet, but deadly in front of hoops. Coming up a little bit short. It's not the worst.
I wonder how much the players enjoy playing doubles as opposed to singles. I mean, singles you're in charge a bit more, aren't you? And
Yeah, so personally, I quite like singles the most. I feel I'm most relaxed. It's all just me and just one other person. I'm pretty sure most people are also the same as me. You can't always rely on the other partner, so when you do win, I feel like it feels a bit more rewarding because you don't always have someone to, help you. Wonderful
good
shot. That is just superb.
yeah, so expert, isn't it?
So effortless as well,
Yeah.
which is just world class from Jenny. Josh just putting a nice, simple ball in. Oh, I was wrong. It's Levi playing. He's putting a nice ball in. Coming up short. And over on the next one, we actually saw Paul take on his third jump and getting his third jump. So he's on fire at the moment. Felix, 4 swings.
Thud. Croquet ball hitting the bottom of that hoop.
Not the noise he wants to hear. Wants to hear the nice gliding through the hoop.
Josh just playing for position. Would have been nice for a block from the hoop to red. Looks like Jenny's ideal for a clearance. Yep, good shot.
Well, she's certainly got her eye on, hasn't she? Again, another. That's 2 excellent shots in a row from Jenny Clarke. Oh, ball coming over.
A rogue ball has
rogue
popped
ball.
over. Franks for a nice jaws on hoop 4. Only got to just touch this. I mean, he's not.
That might do, that might do.
Yeah. And it was interesting after he'd finished that, Levi had finished that shot, he kind of, how you'd shake your head from side to side. Not bad. Not the worst outcome.
Yeah, it still looks runnable. I don't think it's really on the left-hand side wire, but I think it's still got potential to get head out. So it looks like Felix could potentially smack this out. Hopefully not a rush peel. Good shot.
Yeah.
He likes that.
Josh and Levi, fun fact for you, they've experienced a test match style tournament before. Them alongside me and co-commentator Miles, we played an international test match against the Swedish national team. about 2 years ago, and we ended up winning that Test match 4-2, which was a really good experience, and pretty sure that Test match will help them in this one.
Great experience, James.
Yeah, really, really was. This was just before, I think, the GC World Teams, which Felix captained the New Zealand team to win that one. So it was good practice for us, good practice for him.
We can see Josh Winter and Levi Franks just chilling in the corner, sitting down and taking a break. I mean, the first game was long. It was about 2.5 hours, so I guess it's nice to have a little sit down here and there.
Levi's looking at the plants, just immersing himself in nature.
I feel like I'm about to be a Attenborough presenter.
Yeah. Speaking about nature and, the environment and stuff, Levi's actually going to the University of Canterbury this year, and he is doing environmental science, so he wants to save the world. So he's quite in his element at the moment, being outdoors with nature.
Just a bit too short, but it still looks like a potential hoop run. Felix for a 7-yarder. Whoa. That was not what he was looking for. Not at all. The goal was blue. You could see it in his face. Big smile. He doesn't like it. Restalk. That's the way to go. Just to re-clarify, we do have heaps of time, so there's tons of time to do whatever you want. Good hoop.
Yep.
Great shot.
Well done. Josh Winter, the captain of the New Zealand under-21 selection, getting a 2-1 lead early on in that second match after going down 7-2 in the first. Tight competitive match in that first one, despite that 7-2 scoreline.
Yep, Felix likes that. Coming in tight. Yep, another good shot from Levi. What to do next? What to do next? Looks like Felix could go for a potential clearance. But there could be the pig hampering the shot.
Again, just a whisker, isn't it? A whisker away. Looks like a bit exasperated with that. Felix Webby.
Winter for a shot on red. Shot.
Yep, well done.
a sudden, they're in a really good position to getting 4-1 up if Jenny doesn't make the shot. I do think it would be a good idea if Jenny just puts the ball in, lets Black have a shot. But it looks like she's going for the clearance here.
I mean, from the position that Levi is, he could just pop a ball in a little bit closer, but I think it's probably just necessary to get the hoop out of the way.
I think he's just going to run it here.
Yeah.
Nice clean stroke. Franks for a 4-1 lead.
Come on, Levi. His driving's been great.
Beautiful hoop.
Yep.
Good
That's
distance.
Exactly what I said. Just perfectly through. Good follow through. 4-1.
It's clean as, wasn't it? So clean through.
I think Josh is thinking of promoting Black up, but probably not the safest of options.
Keep going. Oh, too short.
Interesting, the gated surrounds of this United Croquet Club, and quite a few spectators stopping as they're walking through and having a look. It's a great way to showcase it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great how this club is parked out right in the centre of Hagley Park. You got a ton of people from a range of different backgrounds going through this park. So yeah, it's really great. It raises a lot of attention to this amazing sport of croquet.
It's good having a footpath just right around the club. That helps a lot.
Well, they've got their work cut out for them in this one. Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby behind in the second game after winning 7-2 the first. Just looking round at the pegs at 3-1.
It's 4-1 at the
4-1.
moment. Yeah.
4-1.
The 2021 national doubles winners are showing their form at the moment. In about a week's time, they'll be playing in the this year's doubles nationals, so they'll be looking to retain their title. And Josh will be looking for a third straight doubles win.
bad shot. Quickly jumping over to see if it's blocked, but just not quite. Red and yellow look like they're in pretty nice position, even though if blue clears either ball, both balls are looking pretty tasty for the next hoop.
Levi, Josh licking his lips, eyeing up this ball, which he's cleared pretty well. Sending red to the red flag.
Jenny just popping a ball back up. Can't go wrong for Pabby. Put a ball in.
I love my Pabbies, Miles. How about you?
Can't go wrong with a good Pabby. It's a nice word, Pabby.
Yeah,
Nice
it is
and
quite
short.
nice.
Sounds satisfying.
It does take time saying put a ball in. Pabby just shortens everything.
Yeah, I mean
Short and simple.
on those long days of croquet,
Just-
sometimes you get a little tired. So just saying Pabby, it's nice. It's chill.
Totally agree with you, Miles.
Is that a new word that's just come in, or just something that's been there forever? The acronym.
Yeah, I think it's always been around, especially in the younger generation of croquet. I heard it a couple years ago, I think from the under-21 nationals. But nah, it's a great word. I'm sure there are other acronyms for different words, but just not on the tip of my tongue yet.
Sunshine shining on Jenny Clarke, Felix Webby. A lot of discussion again. Of course, the longer the sun shines on this surface area, it's going to just run a little bit quicker.
Looks like Jenny's thinking about placing a block through the hoop from blue. You can see her trying to line it up with a mallet.
Well, every shot counts, isn't it? She's making it. She's showing the level of expertise that she has. Best ever in the world. If you just joined the coverage of this New Zealand selection up against the under-21 selection here in Christchurch. Jenny Clarke, winner of 40 tournaments in her career. Felix Webby, decorated New Zealand representative.
Felix Webby, previously been second in the world at golf croquet. We've had Jenny Clarke 10th. And I'm sure the other boys will catch on up.
For anyone interested on how this game works and what they're looking at, this game is called Golf Croquet. The goal is to get your ball, which is either blue or black, or red and yellow, which is 2 teams, through 7 hoops. And there's lots of different type of strategy by clearing balls and positioning in very interesting different places.
And there's a specific circuit you go around the hoops. So as you go in, you go through the front way, go right the way around, go through the middle, and back through 1 and 2, which are 7 and 8. backwards.
Might have just put that yellow just a bit further than he wanted. Tight though. Or is it in line? It's hard to see from this particular angle.
Josh looking at the angle, what he can see. They're both in not ideal situations where their balls are. Red and yellow, both really close to the hoop. So he's either going to have to smack one ball out.
It's taking a long time to decide, isn't it? How they're going to approach this. Are they looking at the different patches of the grass? Green as opposed to the brown spots?
Yeah, there's a whole lot of different range of colours on this lawn. There's certain parts of this lawn where it's really fast, especially in the corner on the right. You can see
Yes, very
the grass
bare.
is really brown. But as you go closer to the tree in the middle, you can see that there's a bit more green. So there's a lot of different speeds through the lawn that players have to look around and use to their advantage sometimes. So every single shot, you got to analyze the lawn, got to analyze the bumps and curves, which is especially good for the players down here in Christchurch, especially Josh, Levi, and Jenny. They're both here from Christchurch, so they know the ways, they know which way this lawn curves, which is great strength into their teams. Looking at the lawn ahead of us, just saw Paul Kaiser run through a hoop all the way from the other side of the lawn.
Of course, the other good thing about croquet is that men and women can play together against each other, no differentiation. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to have. Yeah, it's honestly really nice. It's really nice. You have some really great players from from the women's side and the men's side, and it's just great everyone coming together and enjoying this great sport of croquet.
Also, the age range is really good. You see a lot of top players as well in their 60s, 70s. You also see a lot of top players in their teens, like these guys, and in their early 20s. So a lot of people can play it. Age isn't really a factor anymore, which is a really rare thing to have in a sport.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's what I really like about it.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be retiring from croquet anytime soon. Got a lot of years ahead of me. It's not like rugby. It's not very contact. I mean, there are times where it is contact. Sometimes someone's smacking a ball across the lawn and a ball hits your ankle. You gotta keep a good lookout sometimes, because it does happen regularly.
I've had a few experiences at the clubs. Just coming fast, blue there. Blue, clear and red maybe. Might fancy the hoop here.
Ooh, again, that iron stud.
Again, these hoops are really, really, really tight. So, yeah, it's quite hard to get used to, especially back in Kashmir. Levi and Josh, most of our hoops that we smack at are pretty loose. So So it's a bit hard to get used to, but I'm sure by the end of the day, they'll be pros. Everyone will be pros at running through these hoops. Franks looks like in good position. This is a pretty ideal position where Blue has landed up to. If Felix does not clear either of the balls, Blue's going to smack Red away, leaving Black a clear shot on the hoop.
Felix. 10-yarder.
Yep.
Just what he needed.
Good shot.
Now it's put pressure on Josh. Needs to clear Red here. Just restalking it here. Wanting it to be inch perfect. Ooh.
Not bad shot.
Yeah.
Not bad. This could force Red for a potential hoop shot.
I think Jenny's looking at the hoop here, maybe. I think this is a good time to have a good hoop shot.
Can't go wrong with a nice aggressive play here. I mean, I think I would do the same decision if I was put in her.
I love the way she addresses the ball. She creeps up like a predator, just slowly getting her prey. So 1, 2, 3 step didn't come off that time.
Yeah, you see, there's a lot of different players that have got very different approaches to stalking the ball. You have players like Edmund Fordyce. Yeah, he only takes a few steps and he just smacks it, which is honestly very awesome and very cool to see. And you've got other players who like to stalk their ball and swing a lot.
Speaking of Edmund, we're going to be holding his match this afternoon. His match against Paul Kaiser. So he's a very interesting player to go look at. So I'm looking forward to having him on this lawn.
Looks like they might potentially put a block on Red, just popping right behind it, hampering the shot. It also could be ideal putting a block on Yellow from Red.
We have our first result. The New Zealand select team has won their first match. So Sonia Sedgwick and Helen Reeves have beaten Jessica Bullen and Paul Kaiser 7-6. So First blood draws to the New Zealand select team.
Pretty handy scores too, 7-5, 7-6. Pretty close.
Very close games.
Yep.
This is the kind of games you expect and want to watch.
Felix lining up a crucial shot here.
Well, we're right behind it, aren't we? We can see it all the way. Look at it's gone
Ooh.
straight through
Just
between
by
the black.
fraction.
Oh, we could track its whole progress. It's a handy lead, isn't it, for the youngsters to come back after the 7-2 loss. Sitting at 4-1 ahead. Can they make it 5-1? Not on this shot, they won't.
I'm not sure if Josh was trying to promote his ball to the next hoop or just trying to do a nice stop shot. Jenny here for a 15-yarder.
Clean out of the black ball.
Shot. Now, the real question is set up or run the hoop. I think the best option is just to pop a ball in. You've got both balls at either side of the lawn.
Right behind Felix Webby. He's edging it on. Did it have enough on it though?
Levi giving Josh a wee target with his mallet. Josh puts it where he wants him to. Big shot here.
Here she comes. Jenny Clarke. Straight through.
The tables have really turned now. It's one-way traffic. Levi for a 5-1 lead. Perfect.
It's another clip on for his side, his New Zealand under 21 select. 5-1.
Yeah, nice position with yellow. It's pretty centre with the hoop. Really, really important to get that first ball up, set up perfectly, forcing the opponent to shoot with either both or one ball. Very close. Very close. Just missed it to the left-hand side. If you saw that, you just saw a red curve right next to the hoop to the left. You can see how certain parts are just a little uneven. So you really got to adapt to those situations you get. Franks with a clearance on yellow. Oh, that's cheeky. He is a cheeky boy right there. Can't go wrong for double clearance. You can see the smile off Josh. Just tells everything right there.
Cheeky's good.
It is.
Yep. It's what the spontaneity and they put so much into it as well. They back themselves. That's what I'm liking. The confidence.
Yep, nice mid pacer. Looks like another match has been completed. Joel and his teammates are walking. I'm quite curious to see what the score is.
Go find out for us, Miles. Smack that one. Good cut there.
The only thing about being central is that you're open to all the flight paths of flights into international airports and
Yeah.
helicopters, unfortunately. Well, good that they're there, rescue helicopters.
It's a bit of everything
Yeah.
around us. Some cars driving past. There's a rugby field. There's some people out there. People walking their dogs. Just a great time to be out here and enjoy a bit of croquet.
Looks like another match has been completed. Edmund Fordyce and Duncan Dirksen have got another point underneath their belt. They won 7-4, 7-3 against Joe and Mikey. So it's currently 2-0.
Josh Winter, captain of the under-21s, is keeping his side in it, that's for sure.
This has turned out to be a very big match now, considering that the other results didn't go their way. They really need to get a good win here to give their team hope.
She just grazed it, didn't she?
Franks with a smack of his shot. Bit of a cut that he used, trying to get yellow down to the long boundary. You could see that marvellous big backswing when he smacks that. Definitely shows that he's had a extra couple of wet bicks this morning.
Ooh, gosh, there's some power in that shot, wasn't there?
Yeah. Looks like it was close. Just
Very.
the hoop.
So if there were a little bit more forgiveness in that, it would have gone in.
Josh for a 6-1. Good shot. Jenny with a nice deep position. Levi looking forward to try and sneak through. Josh looking for a clearance on red. Ooh. That was interesting what we just saw. It looks like it just nicked off red and then hit the hoop. And it looks like it's in a nice position to run actually. It could be potentially blocked. So I think that was quite nice. Not ideal, but nice to have a ball tight to the hoop.
That'd be a good way to win the game. Almost got the second prize.
Now, Levi, for a potential hoop, for a potential win here, he could potentially run this hoop and finish the second game. To be 1-1 in this best of 3 match. Good shot.
Yeah. Played very well, haven't they?
They really have.
Yep. Played.
Such a big difference from the last game.
Yeah. Well, how do you explain that? I mean, 7-2 down.
I guess sometimes, first game, it's the morning. You play a bit rusty sometimes. I feel like they've just really got into their groove. And I think, it could go either way the next game.
It's very weird though, because I think Levi and Josh still played quite well in their first game, but I think
Yes.
Felix and Jenny just outplayed them. In this situation, it just went the other way around.
Well, they never allowed Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby into that second match at all, and it wasn't as competitive as the first match.
Yeah, I didn't really see any clear-cut chances for them. They did very, very well in that game to just not give them any real openings.
Yeah, just stunning win. Win by the New Zealand under-21 select, Levi Franks and Josh Winter. So it's all on for the third one. Quick break and be back into it.
Have you checked?
Well, we're off in the all-important third match. Being taken to the third match between Jenny Clarke, Felix Webby from the New Zealand selection team and the under-21 select. We're about to see Levi Franks and his captain, Josh Winter. It's 1-1. This is the all-important third match.
Oh yes, it is very important. First match went to Felix and Jenny, 7-2. And then the second match went to Levi Franks and Josh Winter, 7-1. So it should be a very interesting game. I reckon it's going to be close. I'd really love for a 7-6 victory on either of the teams. I think that'd be a great way to finish off. But we'll see. You never know what's going to get thrown at you. But I'm just looking forward to watch and seeing what they're up to.
How does this change the tactics, though? 1-1, that 7-2 victory by Clarke and Webby in the first match, and then the youngsters coming back and taking the next one, 7-1. It was more emphatic, wasn't it, the second match?
Yeah, I think it just gives Josh and Levi a bit more confidence. They know that they're beatable, and they beat them very convincingly, and they knew how to shut them down. So all they need to do is just continue that into the next game, and yeah, I'm sure they'll do quite well in that. So I see them with the upper hand at the moment.
But again, you never know what's going to happen in the first game. You know, we see Josh and Levi coming up 2-0 and then losing 7-2. So it's very interesting in how this game goes.
But was that what the second match was all about, shutting them down, just denying them the opportunity to get close to the hoops?
Yeah, I think one strategy that they really discovered is just, getting those balls out of the hoops, making sure that they don't have a shot on that hoop, which really was shown last game. Just saw Levi. It's about a 5-yarder, 4-yarder hoop shot. Did not look happy.
It was an early chance, wasn't it? You've got the impression that Levi thought it was an early chance as well, and just to get that early hoop in, which is what they've done in all two games, really, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see last time Levi and Josh getting the first few hits through the hoops in the early days of these past two games.
They won't be happy. You can imagine Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby won't be happy with losing. They won't like losing, but 7-1.
No, it's not nice to finish off after a game. It's nice to have a 7-5, a 7-4 loss, because you did put up a good game. But I mean, they did put up a good game. Last game, it's just Josh and Levi were just a great couple. I mean, they were getting everything done. Josh for a potential hoop shot. Oh, clearance.
If that's what he was going for.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. You're right about the partnership, the fact that they've played so much together, Josh and Levi, and just the little way they communicate. It's been a fascinating watch. Just eye contact, hand wave here.
Yeah, I mean, they've spent so much time together. I mean, us four boys, there's been times where we've just spent the whole week playing croquet in the holidays. So I think that really, that really shows in the banter and the connection between the two. I think it's really important to have a solid team together, because you really got to know each other, and you really got to know on what's going to happen next and what they're going to decide to do. Teamwork's it's so important for a win.
And come singles time, Josh playing Levi, what happens then? Who usually prevails?
Well, recently we've seen Josh doing quite well. Josh knocked out Levi in the 2021 Nationals in the quarterfinals. They played against each other, and I believe it was 7-3, 7-5 maybe. I think recently we've had a St. Martin's tournament which Josh beat Levi in the final, so he's had the upper hand at the moment, but Levi's a top-notch player, so he'll come back.
Yeah, we can see that in the world rankings. Josh is ranked slightly higher. What is he again in New Zealand?
He is 6th in New Zealand and 81st in the world, and Levi is 12th in New Zealand and 182 in the world.
That'll be the story of this morning, won't it? Or this. We did it. If we had a stats person, we would know how many times the iron's been struck.
Yeah, there's been a few hoop shots up on
Yeah.
hoop 1. Ooh, that was interesting. He just nicked off black to get right in front of red. I don't know if that was ideal just to get in front of red or just to get a nice position in front of the hoop. But I mean, he's done the job. He's completed his mission.
Jenny Clarke started croquet 1999 at Oxford University, just for something to do because her back was sore from cricket. She met a uni coach, and he seemed quite young, quite intelligent. So she thought, it's a good opportunity to give croquet a go and see what it's like. She's been hooked ever since. She went to California as well in 2000, which really changed her perspective and, helped to grow her passion towards croquet.
So clearly she would have started playing croquet at an older age than what Josh and Levi have.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the benefits, I guess, isn't it, of belonging to a club structure that you've got here in Canterbury, and it's mirrored throughout New Zealand. Isn't it, 19 sub-associations for Croquet New Zealand?
Yeah.
It's a lot stronger than what people think.
She's been playing before Levi and Josh were even alive, so she has a lot more experience. But Levi and Josh are rapidly getting better.
I was chatting to Paddy Chapman before we started the broadcast, and the fact that he's come back from overseas, mid-pandemic, and the beauty of croquet, as he says, is that you can pick it up again any time. You can have an absence, and at the moment he's devoting himself to his young family, and that's fantastic as well. But there's always room in the future to come back to it.
I mean, again, it's a sport that doesn't require, too much physical energy. So tons of different people can do this. So it's not like if you would associate this to rugby. I mean, it's a very physical sport, and it's quite hard to get back into once you've had a big break, especially when you're older. So this is just, a great sport that you can, play anytime.
I still think you need a level of fitness, mental fitness anyway, which you often get through physical fitness.
Yes.
You definitely need that mental edge to get, through a game. This is the third game, so, who's going to win this? Is it going to be a survival of the young brains or over the experienced Webby and Clarke? I mean, you still need that. While you say it's not a physical sport, but you still have to get fit mentally to be able to last.
I would say that golf croquet is 70 or 80% mental, and then like 20 or 30% physical. I think it's really important to have a positive outlook on every single shot you make, and it's honestly.
But you're thinking
really
that whole
mental.
time, though, aren't you? You're having to focus, thinking, denying your opposition, putting yourself in the best position, thinking all the time, reacting. Especially if you're ultra competitive and you want to win.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into like a lot of different things of like getting mentally prepared. By a legend, Reg Bamford. He did a little video about the mental side of croquet and some tips and stuff like that. One main tip that I got from the video is to, I guess, like imagery. Imagine you playing these successful shots in your head, and the more you think, the more it just becomes possible. Just again going back to the fact that it's a really mental sport, and it's absolutely great. The wind here is slightly picked up here in United Croquet Club. Don't think it'll get any worse to decrease the swing, but yeah, really nice skies out here in Christchurch.
Sadly, it seems to know the time. The wind always creeps up after lunch, makes it really annoying.
Especially that sun. When there's no clouds, it can be very hard to cope with sometimes.
Ooh, another one. Still haven't got the first hoop one in this third deciding match.
Levi looking to benefit off her mistake.
Come on, Levi.
Another miss. This hoop is being quite a hard contender to get through. I'm sure once this hoop through is done and all over and done with, surely they fly through the next. Felix, he was looking there for a nice half ball, shooting his ball to the short boundary, and the blue to the long boundary would be really ideal at this point.
Just going back to the fitness side of things too, it'd be really interesting for pedometers to be put on, or GPSs, just to see, you look at where the players go and they retrieve each other's balls. They could go obviously into the other field, and they in a three match like this, where some of the matches have been so long that they would do a few Ks.
Yeah, I've always thought to chuck my phone in my pocket and see how many steps I walk. But Levi, he's got some Apple Watch. I'm sure it'll count as steps.
Be interesting to find out. Yeah,
I'll ask him at the end of the day on how many steps he's walked. But yeah, it's especially hard in this hot weather, just walking around. I'm sure there's many steps involved, and especially two best of three matches.
And if you're wondering how competitive it is, you could just see Felix Webby then just after the shot he'd played and edging it on to just slightly more, but he's in a pretty handsome position. I think there should be an inquiry into the hoops.
Josh showing emotion. Haven't seen much of it from Josh recently. Game's getting the better of him at the moment, but I'm sure he'll move on pretty quickly.
It's anyone's games here. You got all these four balls in all different positions here.
the number of times that the ball has hit the hoops, and we know how good these players are and how accurate they have been.
Jenny here looking for a potential block from the hoop or first stop shot. Doesn't look too successful.
Still a very hard shot to execute for Levi.
Franks for a 20-yarder. Good shot.
Gosh,
You could see the sound when he hit that ball. It was such a centre ball sound.
such a long way back as well.
There's no holding back as well. We just went full power, centre ball. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, nice shot. Looking for a nice stop shot for position here.
Still on the first hoop, folks, of the third match.
Though that looked like it was unsuccessful, I'm not. I would be pretty happy with that. I mean, he's cut himself to the short boundary where no other ball can clear him, leaving yellow with an unsuccessful hoop shot.
I think red's blocked blue from the hoop.
Levi here going for another clearance, potentially on red. Sure look close.
Protection for the red.
I mean, there is an opportunity for this hoop right here. Oh, looks like a potential jump here, actually. You could see Josh, with his hand placement, was slightly lower on the shaft. And that's usually from getting ready for a jump shot.
I think he should take this on. Crowd will love it.
Jump it is. Josh Winter for a boundary jump shot. Oh, very very close.
What have we had 4 hit hoops in this so far?
That replay it hit both of the sides.
Yeah.
That was very unlucky.
I think the sweetest shot we've seen go through the hoops was Levi Franks in that second game when they went up 5-1, and he got it clean through. That's been the cleanest shot through.
Not sure how much of black Red can see. Might go for the clearance, or he'll just snuggle a ball in by the hoop. Could be a good option to wire himself from below.
Another one hits that hoop. Threw her head up in disgust.
Really good hoop.
Yes. Yep. It's another clean shot from Levi Franks. I think that's where he got his other one that I was talking about just a few minutes ago.
Loves
Was
this
down
hoop,
there.
Yeah. Very nicely. Very nice shot there. Very satisfying.
Couldn't be better set up, could it? 1-1, third set.
All to play for now.
Tell you what, the speed of the ball coming through, those spectators would be in danger a few times, and they'd have to be on their mettle.
Felix looking for a half ball on blue.
Watch out for your feet. Having a crack here.
7-yarder.
Haven't seen a boundary hoop shot yet. This could be the one.
It's good that he keeps trying, though. He's not
Yeah.
holding back from
Never
having a
give
go.
up.
Yep.
And all the boundary hoop shots have all been relatively close as well, so it just feels like it's going to come at some point.
You certainly get that feeling, don't you, that it has to fall, that the longer they play, the better they'll be just that much more accurate. I think Jenny's got one really good, long, clean one, hasn't she? That very first game.
Yeah.
Have to be the most satisfying shot, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's got to be pretty satisfying.
A lot,
Especially from the long distance.
yeah, a lot of the time people don't try and go for those shots. They try and clear, but there's a nice target there. Then, you know, that could happen as well.
Yeah, nice tight position from yellow. Looks like it's blocking from black, which is nice to have. Jenny looking in for a block, and it looks successful.
Job well done. Levi trying to get low, seeing if he can maybe squeeze in there. This isn't the hoop for Levi, is it? Rush peeled their ball through the hoop on the first game. He's almost done it on the third.
I wonder if Red's runnable. It looks slightly on the side.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out. Good shot.
Going back to the grip, and you know, the bottom hand on the mallet clearly does a lot of the work. The top hand's important, obviously, but whether you have your left hand at the top or your right hand, because I note with Felix, he has his right hand at the top and left hand at the bottom. Or is it the other way around?
I think right-handers usually have their left hand at the top.
Right.
But what's different is that Levi's doing it that way, but me, Josh, and Miles are all right-handers, but we're doing a left-handed way, which might actually benefit us because our stronger hand is at the top, so it might actually kind of steady it a bit more.
So like cricket, in theory, the left hand, the top, well, depending on what you are, the top hand, whether you're right or left-handed, is and should do most of the work.
Yeah.
You know, the big woofs through that get the sixes are generally the bottom hand taking over.
You'll see with Josh's technique, he'll have his right hand at the top, but his left hand in the bottom will kind of be feathering the mallet shaft. Like it won't really be touching it that much because he's kind of just guiding it with it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different handlings for the mallet. You've got Irish, which is both hands underneath the shaft pointing downwards. You've got players like Joe and Paul playing that style of play. You've got Solomon, which is, how would you describe Solomon, James?
I don't know. It's just it's quite a popular. It's that and the standard technique where you've got one hand just kind of around it and the other hand on a side. Kind of just yeah. Those two are the standard, and Solomon are the most popular grips for croquet. Yeah,
So just to correct me from what I earlier said, Felix actually has his left hand at the top and right hand underneath.
oh. And I believe Jenny switched her grip style.
Maybe you could be ambidextrous anyway.
Yeah, I think she is. I'm pretty sure she used Solomon and she might have had a wrist injury and she moved to standard. We've all stayed in Solomon, but Levi used to actually play Irish when he first started. And now he's changed to Solomon. Because you can't really get those. Sometimes you can struggle getting those hard shots with them.
Again, plenty of thought going into this shot from Josh Winter. Absorbing contest, that's for sure. Into the third.
Jenny's thinking of taking on the hoop here. Might be the right decision. Have to wait and find out.
Just again throws her head up and what's going on with these hoops?
Levi, very, very good at cleanly running these kind of hoops from these areas. It's very consistent.
Rest assured, Webber and Clarke will not want to lose this match to the young ones, to the under-21s, especially to the skipper and his trusty lieutenant.
Yeah, it'll be quite nice for the squad from the under-21 to get their first win out of the doubles.
Very exact. Felix Webby.
Perfect.
This is now Felix's third tournament where he's captained a team. He captained a team, the Trans-Tasman team, in 2019, and they ended up winning that tournament. He captains the New Zealand team for the World Series, and now he's captaining this one. So he's got a 100% win record. So, yeah.
Doesn't want to lose that.
No.
Terrific for the depth of the game, though, that these two, Levi Franks and Josh Winter, really taking it to their more experienced opponents, keeping the game alive.
Not too long ago they were considered underdogs, but I'd really challenge that now. I think they're almost just as good as the others. Don't think they consider that now.
What do you do here? There's not a lot on, is there?
What would you do, James?
Can't
You
take
in this
anyone out. Can get yourself into a good position maybe yourself, but
Could play. Could play deep. You could play in wiring position, which Levi looks like he's thinking of doing. Or you could play closer to the boundary, so you would have a long boundary clearance on yellow.
If I was Levi, I would probably be looking for around the boundary for a long clearance on yellow. Because the goal is to try and get blue in front and then clear yellow away. Looks like he's doing the same sort of option there.
be interesting, wouldn't it, to have a lapel microphone on to hear what they're saying to each other. A little insight.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Get some tactics.
Yep. We'll have a camera on the mallet.
Yeah. What some players like to do is that they like to listen to music sometimes. Popular player in the US called Ben Rothman, he listens to, I think, crime podcasts to keep in the zone. I guess it just leads to less overthinking, which is quite interesting to look into.
While he's playing, he has the podcast running.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, wow.
And he won the Worlds with that.
I thought for a minute Levi was praying, but he's doing up a shoelace. Good shot. Yep. Fist pump for that between Clarke and Webby. Get the impression, as opposed to what happened in the second game, they've taken a little more control. The New Zealand selection pair.
Yeah, I've noticed that they've been in front of the hoops more often, and they've caused Levi and Josh to clear away more, which is, yeah, it's really necessary to have that possession most of the time, because, you know, there's always that one time where you miss that crucial clearance.
Levi should, if he's going for red, try and smack red to the boundary, not sending it close to hoop 5, and try and get centre ball to keep his ball around the 4th hoop.
We're right behind Levi Franks. We'll be watching it every blade of the way.
Yep.
Perfect.
And that's pretty much exactly what he would have wanted in that situation.
Now yellow needs to block the blue, doesn't it? Well, that's the other thing, that first match, which the experienced pair of Webby and Clarke won 7-2, took longer than the second one. They seem to get through quickly, more quickly. Levi Franks and Josh Winter and win their game so much quicker, and that's why it seemed more emphatic, I guess. And we're seeing now this third match absolutely being played out to the max. Hoops are taking longer to be won, more shots involved.
Yeah, it's a lot reminding me of the first match where Jenny and Felix had a lot of possession on these hoops.
I think it's because they all understand how big each shot is now that's coming to the last game. Each shot will come close and could determine the match. And you never know, towards the end it could be the deciding match that could determine who wins this tournament.
Not happy with that, is he?
No, just a little bit too short. Looks like it's potentially blocked from red. But
Probably the most emotion I've seen out of Levi so far.
Yep. I do like how he will re-practice the shot after he's missed it. And you see him do that a lot.
Yeah.
Go through it. It's like that imagery that you talked about. If you don't get it right this time, maybe next time. So
Yeah.
let's practice the technique.
Levi just telling Josh to clear hard.
sometimes aggressive is key.
Good shot. Yep. Teammate will be happier with that.
Jenny's got some options here. She could either sit up really tight to the hoop or have a nice shot on black.
Certainly getting a gustier winds to contend with, so you have to factor that in as you're taking your shot as well.
Jenny just playing in close.
Beautifully weighted shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto black to either run or do a nice stop shot clearance. Levi for hoop 4. Red and yellow look very favourite with this hoop now. We've got both black and blue on either sides of the lawn. Felix seeing if he can play a potential block.
Beautifully played, exactly where Jenny Clarke asked him to put it.
The only downside of these balls close together is a potential double clearance.
Clean out twice.
Yeah.
Yep. Whoa.
Ooh, just missed it by a fraction there. Jenny for a 3-1 lead. Shot.
Yep. Well played. Coming back into their own. Jenny Clarke. Felix Webby. Did they take their foot off the pedal a bit in that second one may ask, despite the good play from Levi Franks and Josh Winter.
It's got nice weight. Looks like it's just a bit tight to hoop 5, but it still looks potentially runnable. Hold that. No, I would say it's a bit tight now. Josh looking for a tight position up on hoop 5.
Another beautifully weighted bowl, is it? Is it a couple of centimetres short where he wanted it to be?
It looks a little tight. You can see Josh giving a quick look.
It's definitely runnable, but it'll be a hard one to.
Jenny Clarke down on her knees, looking at the angle.
Looks like she's going for a potential clearance here. Nope, just a nice setup. Can't go wrong with a Pabby. Put a ball in.
And what's the best you can do here? Block, maybe?
I'd say probably going for the clearance on yellow.
Okay.
Probably the best idea. Yeah, I like this decision from Levi.
Oh, he keeps himself in there as well. It's very good.
Though he hasn't gotten into yellow's way, it does put a lot of pressure onto making this hoop. Now we might have a potential jump here, but it looks like it's in a bit too much of an angle, and Josh could potentially clear this half ball.
If he jumps as well, he's going to leave yellow in a really bad spot for the next hoop. So they'll already have advantage to the next hoop if
Yeah.
he makes it.
I think, yeah, it's pretty important at the moment because they are down at the moment, so it'd be really beneficial to get an extra 2 hoops.
It's a good decision here because he's played that really well, and he's hit yellow. He's come on side, quite close to the next hoop. Now it's forced Jenny to make a really pressured shot to hit black away. She makes it. Really big shot there. The under 21 team could have made 2 hoops pretty quickly if she had missed that. Jenny's about to take on another very pressured shot to give them hope on this hoop. Let's see if she can do it for a second time. And she does. Nails
Certainly
that.
does. Emphatically again. It's been a feature for her right throughout the playing of these 3 matches. And it's come to the crunch, she's been able to deliver. We could be here till dark.
Could be. This is quite a slow game, but
Oh no, it's absorbing. Absolutely. No, neither conceding.
Felix Webby actually had a game at the GC World Teams event that had to be stopped because it got too dark. So it'd be pretty cool if some croquet club would have some big floodlights so we could play at night. A lot of Egyptian clubs do have that. But I don't know any New Zealand clubs that have floodlights yet, so it'd be cool if one did.
Done. Excellent. Great shot. The captain, New Zealand U21s.
Barely showed a reaction there. Just a perfect shot. But he knows there's a lot left in this game.
I would say that Felix looking for a block on the hoop from my blue.
Great shot. Oh, that's lovely too. Subtleties showing all parts of her game, Jenny Clarke. How much of the red's in front of the yellow? Will he just clean out the red? Or is he just going to...
Levi's thinking of going for
a hoop?
Going for a hoop here. Can see
Oh,
that
he
he's
should.
trying to
Yep.
jump it maybe.
That's the difficulty though, isn't it? We've seen many hit the bottom of one or other of the hoop irons. If you don't get a clean pathway through and it's slightly off centre.
Going for the safer option here. The less aggressive option.
Felix is not liking that. Josh looking for a 8-9 yarder on red.
Yeah, Felix Webby's was just slightly under hit, wasn't it?
Mm.
Oh, good shot.
Yeah, nice dead centre ball right there. Ooh. I think it was the right option to go for the hoop. Both balls have been in front of the opposition.
The importance of centre ball in these kind of shots are very important in these kind of games. If you centre ball, then you give yourself a really good chance to stay in the area and have another crack at the hoop. And forces the opposition to take more aggressive or defensive options.
It's just the clearing game here, Josh and Levi.
They've set themselves up pretty well here, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean, I would kind of fancy the hoop, to be honest. But I think it's probably the best option just to keep clearing and hoping that the opposition fails set up.
Going for the hoop there. Quite aggressive, which the young ones are known to be. Jenny, just setting up. Not much more she can do.
Levi here for about a 8-yarder on yellow. Jenny and Felix look very favourite for this hoop.
Felix is going to try and block the red ball from the black, as well as taking good position. The more conservative option, instead of just taking on the hoop. Don't think he's done it.
Yeah, I've noticed today that Felix and Jenny have been playing very defensive. But I quite like this play. It really creates, I guess, creates a lot of, I guess, an extra safety net to fall on.
But is that because they've had to play that way to get themselves into the game, or have they chosen particularly defensive shots when they could have been more aggressive?
I feel like once you see the singles and Felix playing by himself, I think you'll see more of an aggressive kind of style, because that's what he's known for. He's quite an aggressive player, but alongside Jenny's very tactical, and you know, she's quite a good player. So she's a big influence on Felix, I feel like, to really just see out a hoop.
And especially it's quite early in the game, and you know, we're all still new to these hoops. So you know, it's just nice just to play safe in the first day.
Well, that's the interesting thing for me too, watching Felix and Jenny. I mean, who in the end's making the ultimate decision out there? And I mean, she's very much, to me, looks like a leader out of the. I mean, I'm not saying that Felix isn't, but she seemed to me to dictate very early and offers options.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right.
4-2. In chorus. How hard earned, wasn't it? But in the end, doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you win it.
I think it's a really important hoop for Josh and Levi to get this next hoop here, because if they do run it, they can get really nice possession to the next hoop, which would, I guess, make it a draw.
Well, it certainly looks like Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby are winning the long hoops, the ones that are taking the longer to win. And if it's a quick one and they get in there quickly, the young combination of Levi Franks and Josh Winter are able to pick 2 or 3 up quickly, which is what they did in the second match.
Yeah, I feel like Jenny and Felix have a bit more endurance into these hoops.
Well, they don't mind playing the long game.
Yes, definitely. Levi doing a nice clearance to the short boundary, getting his ball on the boundary too. That just saves a clearance from yellow. Felix for the 7-yarder on blue. Yep.
I always feel like this hoop is Levi's. This is the one that he's won.
Yes.
Yet-
He's always keen to play very well at this hoop. I wouldn't say on hoop 3 though. he has been pretty unlucky on hoop 3, but I do not think for this hoop here. Looks like it could be anyone's game right here.
Yep.
Balls are everywhere.
Go where he wanted it to. I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, it's slightly angled, but it's got a nice length to it, I would say. Usually with the angle onto a left-hand side, it just helps if opposition's going to clear you. They're not going to gain position on the hoop, so it's always nice to have a ball slightly on an angle rather than having a ball right next to a hoop.
Yep.
Because if they clear you, they could get position and run the hoop.
Plus, in terms of where the others are, which, both of them are a wee way away, particularly the one that Felix is going to address now. Or is it? No, it's Jenny. We'll get rid of the blue. She does.
Yeah, nice solid clearance. Yeah, the wind it's picking up a little bit.
Well, it's already tossed one of the gazebos to the ground, so we're thankful that we're in a really solid one.
Apparently on my fancy weather app,
Yes.
it says it's 26 kilometers per hour for wind. That's pretty windy.
Yeah, gusty.
Gusty,
Yep.
yes.
Yeah,
I
it's
think-
not always consistent gust, is it? It's coming in big
Yeah,
waves of wind.
yeah. I think we all prefer a nice breeze, no gusts, but that's what happens. You got to deal with everything throws at you.
I mean, this is amazing, isn't it? That this is, just after 2 o'clock local time in Christchurch. We started this just after 9.
Yes, games can get drawn out very long, especially with players that play the same quality croquet. You can just see, players spinning at one hoop, just hitting and clearing consistently. It's great to watch, though.
Absolutely is.
I do think the singles will be a bit quicker. Because you won't have that person to, talk to by your side.
Might make it longer to make up a decision without that extra person.
Could be.
Look, it's been totally absorbing and interesting.
Yeah.
Very worthy. Of international level, I was thinking.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how well the under-21 team would do in a open worlds event and see how far they'd get through in it. I think they'd do quite well.
And if you added in the number of times that the balls have hit the hoops, if they would, at least half of those would normally go in, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
At least half, if they went in, how that would have changed the outcome of the match. I mean, it hasn't, but it is a point to note that as we talk right from the very first match, that the hoops have been unforgiving.
And when these players are on form, they'll get through the hoop, 7, 8 times out of 10.
Exactly, yeah.
Even when they're not on their game, they're still 50 and over %.
Well, you'd be lucky if you were 20%. really, today, wouldn't you? If
Yeah.
we're on, and it's not no disrespect to the players that are playing. I think that's what I mean about the unforgiving nature of the hoops. Yeah, same for all 4 players. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, back in 2020, after we played the Sweden Test match, we had a couple games with the also with the Irish team, and they'd actually never played with these hoops before, and they'd only played with these white ones. I'm not quite sure what they're called, but they're just these white hoops, and they're a lot easier to run, and they really struggled when they got here. So it really kind of shows how hard it is to run these hoops.
So how do you change that? I mean, do you need to change that?
Well, these are like New Zealand tournament style hoops, and overseas, there'll be different types as well. So I think in the Open Worlds in 2019, they used those white ones as well for that. So just varies really.
And you just have to get used to it. It's like
Exactly.
conditions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying that it's made. It certainly. I don't think it's made any difference to the outcome of any of the games, but it has been a feature. How many times they've hit them?
Just part of the game. The best team wins. Whoever can run them.
Yep. They're down 4-2 in this third game. Josh Winter and Levi Franks looking to get into a really good position here.
It's a really good shot there. Not sending red too far away, but done the job. Looks like yellow could be going for the hoop here. I think we'll see one of these fly through.
It would be
soon.
great to see it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it really would.
Yep.
Could Felix be the one?
Could he be the one? Come on, Felix.
And he's done
Done
it.
it. That's
What
we-
a shot.
coming,
5-2 lead.
coming off almost the right-hand side of that hoop, ricocheting through.
See a wee fist pump there from Felix. He knows how big that shot is.
What a great drive, wasn't it?
And the positioning of it is just amazing too. He's really close to the hoop. He can, if red takes a good position here, he can hit blue long boundary, and all of a sudden they could be 6-2 up. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still got quite a few more hoops left.
getting into the groove. Webby and Clarke.
We made a prediction that would be finished around 4 p.m. Something tells me that won't happen. Still going through the game at 10 past 2. Still got 6 other matches to go as well, which will be very exciting.
It's that wind playing havoc. Josh Winter's approach.
Taking his time. See that top spin there really helps the ball go into the hoop. But this time just rejects out. Are they touching? I don't know. It's a very tricky situation that they've put Levi into. It'll be very hard to execute whatever he's thinking of doing now.
Be brave.
Well, he's cleared everything. It's worked.
In association croquet, we call two balls touching together a croquet. So what he did right there was a croquet, and I think it's a great way to it's great to learn both ways of the two sports, golf croquet and association croquet, because you get to learn a whole different type of tactics that you can implement into your game. For example, like Levi's shot, he's trying to clear multiple other balls with one shot.
Yeah, Josh and Levi are just starting to dip their toes into AC, but they've already actually won a few titles. So one of the titles Josh has won is that he's actually, where is it? He is the AC National Bowl winner from last year. And last year, Levi actually won the National Plate. So they're both doing very well in it, even though they're relatively new to association. But I'm sure they'll play in some more tournaments later on. Gives Jenny a bit of room to just snuggle in by the hoop.
Get the impression it's just running the surface a little quicker.
Yeah, it's quickening up a bit.
Hardly touched that. It went further. I didn't think it had as much on it.
I think black's blocked blue from red. Josh might have to go for the hoop here.
It's a bit short, isn't it? You can see him. Felix's reaction. Took his own out.
Yeah, that was not necessary. I don't think he was ideally going for the clearance.
I think he was trying to maybe clear Levi's ball into red. Or maybe he could see a little bit of red. I'm not quite sure.
And that's another one, is it?
6-2.
6-2.
Levi and Josh are going to have to play some catch up now to get back into the game. There's still chances. I've seen bigger comebacks. I'm sure they can do this.
And they're well positioned, aren't they? The blue and the black ball for Josh Winter and Levi Franks. What will Jenny Clarke do with the red? They need to strike next, the youngsters. Beautifully played, isn't it? Right in between the two.
Good ball. This should be interesting because black can only clear yellow to the short boundary, which means yellow's only got a 6-7 yarder on blue. Looks like he was trying to block stop shot, but doesn't look like it's got the job done.
Captain has to hit this.
Looks slightly angled, but this is the decider of the match. Can't go wrong with a classic Jaws. You can see Levi smiling. He looks like he wants to attempt a boundary jump shot. Will it happen?
I fancy his chances here.
Going for the jump, Levi Franks. 7 yards. He's missed it. Shot right past the lawn.
Don't know why he's saying halfway, because I'm pretty sure this is the last hoop.
I would not be surprised if Josh attempts a jump in this corner. He's looking at it.
He's looking at you, and is smiling at you. And you said that, Miles.
I think he's going for it.
You read your lips.
Jump from corner.
Licking his lips.
Boundary jump shot. Josh Winter.
Hoop spreading all over him.
They pull off the unbelievable.
Oh. What a good match.
Yep. Fantastic.
Good
And they
attempt.
took it 5 hours, 20 minutes, and it's all over. But boy, 3 very competitive games. 7-2, 7-1, and 7-2. But it is the experienced New Zealand players, Jenny Clarke and Felix Webby, prevailing over New Zealand under-21 selection, Josh Winter and Levi Franks. What a treat it was, James.
Really enjoyed that one. Enjoyed all the games, actually. Now, really looking forward to the singles games that's coming up right next after a few minutes.
Okay.
Studying broadcasting communications.
Can we? Just give me a second. Okay. Do you want to do a sound check?
No.
Okay.
Hello, we're here with Felix and Jenny that have just won 3 games against Josh and Levi. How are you feeling? It's been about 5.5 hours. How are you feeling mentally, physically, anything?
Feeling okay actually. It's been a couple of years, but I think I'll be okay. Not sure about another best of 3 coming up, but
It's going to be tight. You guys have had an unlucky loss in the second match. How did that play? I guess how did you manage to, change that play? And what was the difference in those 2 games?
Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of luck involved. I think you just got a bit outplayed in the second game, and I mean, it comes down to a few key moments that changed the momentum. And I don't think he played terribly badly, but when he played well either, and sometimes they can just get a bit of a roll on. So it was good just to not get too down on ourselves after that, and just focus on playing the best we can in the third.
I got one more fun little question. In every croquet club, you always got this big box of biscuits, yeah? What's your go-to biscuit? If you have to choose one biscuit.
cheese and crackers, I think.
Cheese and crackers.
I'd go for yeah, good choice.
I'll bring some in for you tomorrow.
Okay.
Good play. Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
No worries.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.